Hello, chosen ones. Welcome back. Before we begin, let me ask you something. Have you ever wept behind closed doors, wondering why the very people who were supposed to protect you seemed to resent you instead? Have you carried that quiet ache, asking yourself, why does my own family look at me like I'm the problem? Why does love feel like a battlefield in the place it should have been safest? If your heart whispered yes, then what you're about to read isn't just a message. It's a divine interruption, a spiritual response, a release. They never saw you. Not really. They looked at you, but not through the lens of love, honor, or understanding. They misread your silence as weakness, your independence as rebellion, and your light as something to fear, not celebrate. You learned early how to be your own comfort, how to clap for yourself when no one showed up, how to shrink just enough to keep peace in rooms that never offered you any. But deep inside, you always wondered, why couldn't they love me right? Why didn't they fight for me like I fought for them? And here's the answer your soul has been aching to hear. You were never the one lacking. You were the one hidden. This message didn't find you by accident. It was divinely timed. Heaven knew the day would come when your heart could finally receive the truth. God has preserved something in you that your family was never meant to carry. And now, a stranger is being positioned to do what they never did. Not because strangers are better, but because they're unburdened by jealousy, trauma, or familiarity. They haven't filtered you through childhood roles or generational blinders. They see you for what you are becoming, not for who you used to be. What if the person God is sending knows how to water the very parts of you your family kept trying to uproot? This isn't just about people, it's about prophetic compensation. Heaven is issuing a response to the years you endured without witness. You've been under divine concealment, but not divine neglect. There's a difference. You weren't rejected by God, you were reserved by Him. If this is striking something deep in your spirit, comment 777 below. That number isn't a trend, it's a prophetic code, a declaration to heaven that says, I'm open to receive the restoration, even if it doesn't come from the ones I thought it would. And to those who have given so generously through super thanks, I see you. I honor you. You're not just supporting a message, you're sustaining a movement. Your seed is watering ground for others still walking through their silent battles. You're part of something sacred. Could it be that the reason they didn't bless you is because they were never meant to be the ones who did? Now here's where it gets even more divine. The one God is sending won't just affirm you, they'll unlock something in you that your family tried to bury. Someone you haven't even met yet is about to honor a version of you they've never seen. But God always has. Let's go deeper, because what happens next might just rewrite your understanding of what family, favor, and fulfillment really mean. God's chosen ones, a stranger is about to do what your family never did. Chapter 1. They couldn't see you because they grew up with your process. You were never invisible, but to them you became indistinguishable. God's chosen one. It wasn't your value they couldn't see. It was your transformation they couldn't comprehend. Is it possible that the ones who knew you longest were actually the least qualified to witness your becoming? Could it be that the ones you longed to impress were never meant to carry the language for your unfolding glory? Their proximity blinded them. They were close enough to your past to memorize your patterns, but too emotionally nearsighted to perceive the magnitude of your purpose. What do you do when your journey of divine becoming is mistaken for aimless wandering by the very ones you once hoped would clap the loudest? They saw your early stumbles, the awkward attempts, the unfinished versions. Those seasons of pruning and breaking where your roots dug deep but bore no fruit. And instead of prophesying over your potential, they prematurely judged your process. Like David's brothers in 1 Samuel 16, who saw him only as a shepherd boy, they ignored the oil. When the prophet came with divine assignment, David wasn't even invited to the room. Why? Because when people become overly familiar with your flaws, they lose the reverence for your favor. Could that be why God kept your anointing in obscurity? Could that be why the wilderness felt so long? The pain wasn't just in being overlooked, it was in being misnamed. You were too sensitive, too quiet, too much, too naive, or too weak. But beneath those fragile perceptions was a destiny coded with fire. Isaiah 45:3 declares, "I will give you hidden treasures, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord." You were always a treasure, but God hid you in plain sight, so they wouldn't contaminate what they couldn't understand. They thought they saw weakness, but they were witnessing womb seasons, where something holy was forming in silence. Maya, a woman born to immigrant parents in New Jersey, spent 27 years being mocked by her family for drawing meaningless patterns in her sketchbooks. What they never knew was that those scribbles became the foundation of a global fashion line that would one day dress women recovering from abuse, clothes designed with dignity. Her aunt once told her, "You'll never make money drawing fairy tales." Today, she finances rehabilitation shelters using royalties from those fairy tales. When you were still in formation, they tried to define you prematurely. They attempted to label the caterpillar before it ever touched a chrysalis. But what they missed was that you were in divine incubation. Why do some people resist your blooming? Could it be because your transformation exposes their stagnancy? Scripture reminds us in John 1:46, "Can anything good come out of Nazareth?" That question was spoken about Jesus himself. Even the Savior was underestimated because of where he came from. How many of your family members are still stuck seeing your Nazareth? They can't see the Christ light in you because they're offended by your origin story. But just like Nathanael, the stranger who asked that question would eventually follow Jesus, because divine light eventually silences all doubt. Aurora James, a Canadian designer and founder of the Brother Vellies fashion house, was once dismissed by mentors in the fashion industry who didn't believe that African-inspired luxury could be taken seriously. Her own family questioned whether her dreams were too eccentric, but when Vogue and the CFDA saw her vision, they didn't ask for proof. They saw purpose. Aurora once said, "People who knew my childhood couldn't see what I was building." But strangers did, and they helped it grow. Her life is living testimony that the right stranger can activate what familiarity ignores. Cardinal Wilfrid Napier, a South African cleric who helped dismantle apartheid's grip through reconciliation theology, once remarked, "Sometimes the stranger understands God's work in you better than your own kin, because they are not bound by the stories people have told about you." Isn't that the truth? The ones God sends now haven't heard those stories. They haven't memorized your mistakes. They weren't there when you cried alone, but they've been instructed by heaven to pour water where others let you dry. Julius, a quiet janitor in a small Texas town, once helped a high school student named Eric regain his will to live, simply by praying with him every day after class. No one else in Eric's family noticed his silence. But Julius, a stranger with no blood tie, saw his calling as sacred. Years later, Eric became a trauma therapist, crediting Julius, not his parents, for saving his life. Isn't it remarkable how God often chooses strangers to reflect his character when family becomes too blind? Some seasons in your life resembled the silent growth of tree roots. No applause, no recognition, yet without that hidden development, the trunk would collapse under the weight of fruit. Roots grow downward before anything rises upward, and like a redwood forest, your strength lies in how deep your invisible systems go, not how loud your branches wave. The stranger God is sending isn't looking for surface. They're coming with sight. They won't ask for explanations. They'll arrive with affirmation. They won't need proof. They'll carry discernment. Like Ruth recognizing Naomi's God, like Jonathan recognizing David's destiny, they'll move toward you not out of attraction, but covenant. Could it be that your next elevation won't come through history, but through a holy encounter with someone outside your bloodline? And yes, this stranger will water what others allowed to wither. They will name your promise. They will celebrate what your family mocked. They will see the new you, not with surprise, but with spiritual familiarity. Because they're not being sent to discover you, they're being sent to honor what heaven already revealed. Your past never disqualified you, it only hid you. And now, chosen one, God is sending someone who didn't walk with you through the pain, but is assigned to walk with you into the promise. Chapter 2. Heaven blocked their access to your next level. They didn't just forget you, heaven remembered you too much to let them near. Chosen one, your story has never been about rejection. It has always been about divine redirection. How many nights did you sit wondering why the people you once would have sacrificed everything for had no room for you in their journey? Why didn't they show up when your spirit was shattered? Why did their silence feel louder than any betrayal? But here's a question your soul needs to confront. What if it wasn't their failure alone, but God's intervention? Could it be that heaven blocked their access, not because you were unworthy of love, but because they were unworthy of your becoming? What if God wasn't punishing you, but protecting the purity of your process? In Exodus 33:20, God tells Moses, "You cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live." There are levels of glory that require veils, not because they hide you from people, but because they hide people from contaminating you. Could that be why your most sacred seasons felt the most silent? They didn't just misunderstand your dreams, they sought to domesticate them, to mold your destiny into something manageable, something explainable, something under their control. But your calling wasn't designed to be digested by those who see you only through the filter of shared blood or shared history. Like Joseph's brothers in Genesis 37, they didn't hate you because of your coat. They hated you because of your dreams. And so God did the unthinkable. He allowed the pit. He allowed the betrayal, not to break you, but to break the ties that could have poisoned your purpose later. Have you ever wondered why the phone stopped ringing at your lowest? Why your loyalty wasn't reciprocated when you needed it most? Why the people who you would have defended didn't even acknowledge your existence in your time of warfare? What if those weren't oversights but orchestrations? Let's take a look at Dr. Edith Eger, a renowned clinical psychologist and Holocaust survivor. During her captivity in Auschwitz, many she loved vanished without explanation. But years later, when she became one of the most respected voices in trauma recovery, she wrote, "Sometimes the ones who disappear are being removed, so you don't carry their chains into your freedom." Her past did not qualify them to follow her future. Like yours, the spiritual firewall was necessary. God didn't just close doors, He sealed them. He shielded your next level from the hands of those who would have tried to plant weeds where He was trying to grow fruit. Psalm 91:4 says, "He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge." Heaven intervened. And that intervention felt like isolation, but it was incubation. He had to develop your discernment in solitude. He had to detox you from the addiction of external validation so your ear could finally tune to His voice, not theirs. Just like a volcano lies silent for years beneath the earth, carrying unimaginable pressure beneath the surface, your silence wasn't stagnation, it was sacred storage. Heaven was building power in the unseen. And when the eruption comes, it won't be destruction, it'll be divine release. Not everyone was meant to survive the heat of that glory. Eleanor, a young woman from Detroit, was raised by a family that viewed her musical passion as a phase. They refused to attend her recitals. Her father even told her, "Music is for dreamers without real jobs." At 25, after being ignored at her own album release, she wept alone in a motel room. But that same year, her song was picked up by a producer searching online for background scores, and later used in a global anti-trafficking campaign. She never heard an apology from her family, but she found purpose in a stranger who didn't need to know her story to recognize her sound. They weren't just blocked from supporting you, they were blocked from claiming ownership of your elevation. Have you ever sensed that someone close would have taken credit for your breakthrough had they stayed? They would have said, "You made it because I let you." But God won't let his glory be shared with the hands that disrespected the process. He is a jealous God, not in pettiness, but in protection. Like when Jesus healed the blind man in Mark 8, he took him outside the village before the miracle. Some healings can't happen around people who saw your brokenness but mocked your faith. Pope Francis, the first Jesuit pope in history, said in an address to marginalized youth in Paraguay, "Sometimes God has to take people far away from noise to speak clearly to their hearts. What feels like abandonment is often where clarity is born. Heaven isn't trying to isolate you forever. It's clearing the room for the right people to come in. That's why someone new is coming. And this time, they're not arriving to fix you, manage you, or tolerate you. They're arriving because they've been assigned to you. They weren't part of your upbringing, but they are central to your uprising. They are being sent with honor, reverence, and clarity. They don't carry the fog of your past. They carry the keys to your forward." Elliot, a retired firefighter from North Carolina, met a former foster youth named Brandon during a routine fire inspection. Brandon was working security at the site, battling depression and financial pressure. Within minutes, Elliot offered mentorship, not charity. A year later, Elliot helped Brandon enroll in paramedic school and even funded his books anonymously. Brandon later said, "He wasn't my blood, but he became my root." Sometimes, strangers are sent not to rescue but to restore. Even the migrating monarch butterfly knows when it's time to fly thousands of miles toward a place it has never seen, drawn not by maps, but by an ancient compass in its wings. It travels without applause, without explanation, but always in divine timing. So too, your journey has never been about proving. It's always been about obeying. You're headed to what your soul has always remembered, even if your past never recognized it. Your history no longer defines your horizon. Have you healed enough to stop looking for closure from people God closed off? Have you matured enough to release those who were never meant to carry your next? God isn't cruel. He's consistent, consistently protective, consistently holy, consistently invested in your untainted destiny. The ones he blocked weren't punishment, they were preservation. Chosen one, you're not entering your next season alone. You're entering it surrounded by what's holy. You won't have to water your own roots with tears anymore. The drought is over, the rain is coming, and it won't fall through old hands. It'll be poured by someone who sees you, not through history, but through heaven's eyes. Chapter 3. A divine stranger is being assigned to your life. Chosen one, there's a shift coming that logic won't recognize, but your spirit will. You've been asking God for open doors, but what if the answer isn't a door at all? What if it's a person, a divine stranger, a sign directly from heaven's strategy for your unfolding purpose? Not someone who grew up with you, not someone who's been influenced by your history, not someone trying to reconcile your past. No, this person is stepping into your life, Not because of your resume, but because of God's revelation. Can you recognize destiny even when it wears unfamiliar skin? Can you discern help when it doesn't sound like your family, look like your community, or arrive through your expected channels? The answer to your prayers may come in a voice you've never heard, but one your soul has been waiting for. In Acts 9, Saul, persecutor of Christians, was blinded by a light and sent into Damascus. But it was a man named Ananias, a stranger to Saul, who laid hands on him and restored his sight. Why? Because God whispered Saul's name to Ananias first. The transformation required a stranger's obedience. Could it be that someone you've never met is being stirred in the spirit with instructions concerning you? Gwendolyn Brooks, Pulitzer-winning poet and prophetic voice in American literature, once wrote, "When you are forgotten by the familiar, you are remembered by the eternal." She didn't achieve success through connections, but through an editor she'd never met, who found her poem tucked inside a discarded pile of papers and said, "This voice must be heard." That editor didn't know her struggle, but they knew her sound. Heaven has been coordinating timelines. While you were fasting in silence, breaking generational chains, and healing from betrayal, someone else was being sharpened to recognize your spirit. Their spirit has been attuned to identify what others misnamed. They don't carry the residue of your past. They carry the keys to your purpose. Have you prepared your heart to receive someone who doesn't come to take, but to transfer? Unlike past relationships, this person won't make you shrink. They won't ask you to over-explain. There will be no need to beg for understanding. Like Elizabeth felt when Mary entered the room, their spirit will leap at the sound of your presence. Luke 1:41 tells us, "The baby leapt in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit." That's what divine recognition feels like. It's not taught, it's transferred. This divine stranger will carry what your bloodline could never birth. Protection without control, favor without conditions, affirmation without comparison. They are coming with peace, not pressure, with prophecy, not performance, with alignment, not analysis. How can you be sure it's them? Because the moment they speak, your spirit will recognize the frequency of heaven. Their words will sound like restoration, not interrogation. Their presence will not trigger you. It will anchor you. When Masai Ujiri, Nigerian-born president of the Toronto Raptors, was a child, no one in his rural village believed he'd touch international platforms. His father discouraged his dreams of basketball leadership. But a man from the UK, who had never met Masai, watched a brief clip of his interview and said, "There's something on him. Let's bring him into our program." That decision shifted Masai's trajectory and eventually led him to build international youth programs across Africa. One divine stranger, one act of obedience. Can heaven trust you to welcome someone who doesn't look like your expectations? Can you receive provision when it doesn't come wrapped in familiarity? Zara, a refugee child turned trauma counselor in Berlin, never imagined that her biggest sponsor would be a retired German nurse named Ulrike, who saw her give a school speech. Ulrike never knew Zara's pain, but she said, "God told me to walk with her into her future." Today, Zara serves thousands of displaced children through a non-profit Ulrike helped her build. Not every blessing will come in a form you've been taught to recognize. Some of the greatest gifts come cloaked in strangeness, because heaven wants to know, will you choose discernment over doubt? You've been assigned a connector, not to complete you, but to collaborate with what God already began in you. This person might appear as a mentor, a sponsor, a supporter, or a prophetic midwife. They won't walk in with confusion. They will walk in with clarity. And where your family saw a burden, they'll see a blueprint. Where others saw chaos, they'll see calling. Like the eagle that soars above the clouds to escape storms, you're being lifted into a realm where only spiritually equipped allies can reach. And like the blooming of an agave plant, hidden for years underground before it flowers suddenly, They'll recognize what's been incubating in you long before it becomes visible to the crowd. This isn't coincidence. This is heaven repaying you for every room you were excluded from, for every time you were overlooked, for every tear you cried with no one watching, for every gift you had to hide just to be accepted. This stranger is being sent not out of pity, but out of prophecy. They won't ask about your trauma. They'll speak to your triumph. They won't remind you of your scars. They'll invest in your crown. And you'll know it's divine because there won't be strings, suspicion, or hidden agendas. Just obedience. Just oil. Just timing. So here's the question. Are you ready to be recognized by someone who was never taught to underestimate you? Are you ready to be supported without explanation, promoted without permission, and poured into without proof? Chosen one. Don't sabotage the supernatural with suspicion. Don't talk yourself out of what heaven talked someone else into. When they come, and they will, receive them with reverence, not resistance. Because they're not arriving by accident. They're arriving by assignment. Chapter 4. They will do in days what family didn't do in years. Chosen one, brace your heart, because what's about to unfold in your life will leave you breathless. Not from pain, but from the sheer speed of divine justice. What took years to pray for, decades to wait for, and a lifetime to imagine is now coming with heavenly velocity. And here is the mystery. It's not coming from your roots. It's not coming from the bloodline you watered with tears. It's coming from a divine source, outside your history, beyond your logic, and faster than your expectations. Can you handle acceleration that overrides every natural timeline? Are you emotionally prepared to receive in 1 week what you labored to earn over 10 years? This is the kind of reversal that rewrites lineage. For so long you looked at your family and silently begged for something more, an ounce of recognition, a whisper of support, a nod of belief. But instead, your open heart was met with closed arms. They uplifted others, but overlooked you. You watched them praise average while ignoring your excellence. They borrowed your strength, but never fed your soul. You became the emergency room for their wounds, but your needs were left in the waiting room. And still, you loved. Still, you poured. Still, you built altars where others left ashes. This is the heartbreak of the chosen. To be full of love in a house that cannot contain it. To carry generational oil in a bloodline that can't even hold water. And yet, you endured. You didn't let disappointment make a home in you. You didn't let the ache of being unseen define you. You walked in grace when you could have walked away. You forgave before the apology. You sowed seeds without applause. You were holy in private when others were performative in public. God saw it all. And now heaven is responding. Can you discern the difference between a person sent to delay you and one sent to deliver you? Because what's coming next won't move slow. It won't need to be convinced. It won't ask for context. A divine stranger is being positioned even now. One who will do in days what your family never did in decades. One who isn't bound by shared memory, but by divine mandate. One who doesn't need the details of your trauma to recognize the weight of your mantle. Like Boaz for Ruth in the book of Ruth, this person will show up not to analyze your past, but to activate your promise. Boaz didn't know Ruth's pain, but he respected her posture. He didn't need a history lesson. Her humility was the only introduction he needed. Could it be that someone is watching you from a distance, stirred by God, moved by something eternal that they cannot explain? Viktor Frankl, psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, once wrote, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." But he also said, "Forces beyond your control can take away everything you possess except one thing, your freedom to choose your response." You chose grace. You chose to keep building. And now heaven is choosing to honor you through someone who doesn't carry your past, but carries your breakthrough. There is someone whose name you don't know, but whose spirit has already been stirred to carry the keys to your next. While you were grieving the silence of familiar voices, God was awakening a divine voice on your behalf. They are coming, not with small gestures, but with structural transformation. They will open a door you couldn't knock on. They will speak a word that breaks the spiritual stalemate. They will sow not out of obligation, but out of instruction. And the moment they arrive, your spirit will know, this is different. Have you healed enough to stop waiting for the ones who had access but no revelation? Are you free enough to receive from someone who holds no emotional debt over you? Because this person will not need time to warm up to your anointing. They were born to recognize it. Monica, a single mother from Atlanta, raised 3 children while caring for her ailing mother. Her family gave her nothing, not time, not help, not encouragement. One day, while working overtime at a diner, she prayed, "God, I'm tired of surviving unnoticed." The next week, a woman who had just lost her daughter visited that diner, saw Monica's eyes and said, "You remind me of someone heaven took too soon. I want to fund your next move." Today, Monica runs a childcare center for working mothers. One divine stranger, one word, one open door. There is no earthly logic for what's about to happen. This isn't networking. This isn't favoritism. It's recompense. It's heaven honoring every secret seed. God saw every birthday you celebrated alone, every project you launched without help, every prayer you whispered while covering the very ones who wounded you. He watched you elevate others who only tolerated you. He saw you defend those who discussed you behind your back. And now heaven is releasing justice, not as punishment to them, but as restoration for you. Have you noticed that the people closest to you often celebrated you the least? Could it be that proximity bred complacency, and they mistook your daily obedience for ordinary behavior? They missed your brilliance because they were too familiar with your brokenness. But this next person won't be confused. They weren't there for your breakdown, but they've been called to be part of your breakthrough. Cecilia, a Haitian immigrant and talented sculptor, was told for years by her family that art doesn't feed a house. She sold handmade jewelry on sidewalks for 5 years. One day, a museum curator from Denmark saw her work on Instagram, flew to Miami, and within 2 months, her installation opened in Copenhagen. "You made me feel like my vision was real," she told him through tears. He replied, "I didn't give you the vision, I just refused to ignore it." Isn't that what the divine does? It doesn't invent your glory, it confirms it. Isaiah 60:22 says, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." And the time is now, not next year, not someday. Now, this is divine reversal. You've wept for years, but you will reap in days. You were silent for seasons, but you will be seen in moments. The seeds you buried in sorrow are about to bloom in acceleration. Like the bamboo tree that remains unseen for 5 years, then grows 90 feet in 5 weeks, your time of invisibility was not fruitlessness, it was formation. And now that the ground has been prepared, the sky is your limit. And yes, when it happens, it will feel sudden. They will give freely, they will act quickly, they will move with spiritual instinct, not emotional hesitation. You won't have to perform, you won't have to beg, you won't have to explain. All you will have to do is receive. Are you prepared to stop grieving who didn't support you and start embracing who's being sent to bless you? Because what's coming won't come with strings, it will come with strategy. This person will not only give, they will build. They won't just believe in your dream, they will sponsor it. They won't just celebrate your voice, they will amplify it. They are coming with provision, with favor, with speed, and when they arrive you'll realize it was never about your family's approval. It was about God's appointment. You weren't abandoned, you were preserved, you weren't delayed, you were protected. And now, after all the tears, after all the years, your moment is not just coming, it's here. Chapter 5. God often hides kings in plain sight. You're one of them. You've walked among them, but never quite like them. You've stood in crowds, but felt like a holy interruption. Chosen one, you've mastered the art of blending in while carrying something too rare to be ordinary. How many times did you feel like the extra in someone else's story, even when your soul whispered that you were born to lead? How many rooms have you stood in, unacknowledged, unseen, while others were applauded for fragments of what you carry in fullness? Let this truth pierce your spirit. You weren't overlooked, you were hidden. There's a vast difference. Overlooked is man's oversight. Hidden is God's strategy. Can you embrace the pain of invisibility when you know it's heaven's way of keeping your oil from contamination? Have you grown enough to see that protection sometimes comes dressed like rejection? From the beginning, God has hidden royalty in the most unlikely places. Moses was hidden in a basket. Esther was veiled in the palace. Jesus, the King of Glory, was born in a manger. And David, the forgotten son, was left in the field while his brothers stood tall before the prophet. 1 Samuel 16:7 declares, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." David's own father, Jesse, didn't deem him worthy of the lineup, but the oil refused to flow until David stood in the room. God made the prophet wait, not because he couldn't find a man, but because the one appointed wasn't finished being hidden. Could that be your story too? Could it be that heaven has been withholding the oil until the right moment you step forward? Brenda Salter McNeil, a trailblazing reconciliation leader and preacher, once shared, "We are often hidden by God so that we are not distracted by premature applause." When she began her ministry in racial justice, she was ignored even by fellow clergy. But in time, God raised her voice as a national authority on reconciliation. Hiddenness was not punishment, it was positioning. You've been in your field like David, but your field wasn't made of grass. It was composed of waiting seasons, dark nights, and silent obedience. You've been building altars in the shadows, worshipping when it felt pointless, carrying burdens without recognition, saying yes to God when it cost you community, status, or understanding. You didn't dress like a king, you didn't sound like a queen, but royalty was being cultivated in your character long before the crown was visible. Have you ever felt too holy for the room, but too hidden for the platform? That in-between space is sacred. It's where kings are shaped in silence, where queens are carved in obscurity. Tomas, a teenage orphan in Argentina, spent his early years sweeping the floors of a small cathedral in Cordoba. No one knew he was memorizing theology books as he worked. Years later, he would become a prolific Christian ethicist, sponsored by a retired seminary dean who just had a feeling he was meant to fund him. Thomas now teaches global ethics across continents, but still lights candles every Friday morning for the priest who once gave him leftover books. Some kings emerge from silence, not stages. God didn't let the applause touch you prematurely. He didn't let fame seduce you before identity was rooted. Some platforms would have ruined your purity. Some recognition would have inflated your ego instead of deepening your reverence. So he kept you low. He buried you like a seed. What if this entire time heaven wasn't ignoring you, but insulating you? Psalm 27:5 affirms, "For in the day of trouble he will keep me safe in his dwelling. He will hide me in the shelter of his sacred tent." Sacred hiding is divine holding. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, global actor and entrepreneur, often shares that before his fame, he was broke, depressed, and sleeping in a car with only $7 to his name. He says, "Sometimes the universe puts you in a position where everything is stripped so you remember who you are without it. That stripping isn't about identity loss, it's about identity clarity." Chosen one, God didn't hide you because you were weak. He hid you because your glory required time to mature. Have you considered that early exposure would have crushed the very thing you were meant to carry? Like diamonds forged in darkness, your royalty was never meant to shine before its season. And now the season has shifted. Your Samuel moment is coming. And when it arrives, it won't be because you demanded recognition. It will be because heaven has commanded it. This divine stranger, this prophetic connector, won't see you through history. They will see you through heaven's blueprint. They won't ask you to recall your failures. They will speak into your future. Like Samuel, they will say, "Send for them." We will not sit down until they arrive. They will not rest until you are in position, because what's on your life is too weighty to remain hidden. Aaliyah, a self-taught coder from Nairobi, was never accepted into her dream tech incubators. Her own family mocked her desire to lead in a male-dominated space. One day, she posted a simple web app she had built on a forum. A CEO in Sweden saw it and flew her to Stockholm. Within 6 months, she was Chief Technology Strategist. She said, "He didn't need to see my past. He only needed to see my purpose." That's what it looks like when heaven sends a Samuel. You are not small. You were simply unseen by those who weren't assigned to recognize you. The unveiling that's coming won't be theatrical. It will be transformational. God is not trying to impress people. He's trying to fulfill prophecy. Your emergence won't come from effort. It will come from alignment. And when it happens, you'll realize you were never disqualified. You were always preserved. Have you prepared your heart to be seen, or are you still hiding out of habit? Because when the door opens, hesitation will close it just as fast. This is your call out of obscurity. Your moment to step into everything you were quietly shaped for. You won't need to compete. You won't need to explain. You won't need to validate your worth. They will see you, the way Samuel saw David, the way God always saw you. And the oil will flow, not because of your name, but because of your heart. You are the king they didn't invite, the queen they never saw coming. But heaven never lost sight of you, and now your moment has arrived. Chapter 6. This isn't about replacing family. It's about fulfilling purpose. Chosen one, it's time to settle this in your spirit. This is not revenge, it is revelation. What's unfolding in your life isn't a replacement of your family, it's a release into purpose. God isn't writing a tragedy. He's revealing divine strategy. And that strategy no longer includes waiting for familiar faces to recognize what heaven has already confirmed. Yes, the ache was real. The silence cut deep. The criticism, the suspicion, the constant feeling that your own blood couldn't see the brilliance in you. That pain left invisible scars. But what if the disappointment wasn't about them? What if it was heaven's way of weaning you off of needing validation from unassigned voices? You've always carried love for them, even when they didn't carry capacity for you. You didn't shut your heart. You simply opened your eyes. You still forgive. But now you see, and what you see is this. They were never the source. They were never the fountain. They were never the foundation. God was and is. Isaiah 43:19 says, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" The new thing isn't about erasing what was. It's about expanding what can be. Are you willing to let go of familiar loyalty in order to step into prophetic alignment? When the ones who watched you grow can't walk with you as you rise, God does something unexpected. He sends people with no attachment to your history, but full awareness of your calling. These are not emotional fillers. These are divine vessels. Some of them won't know your struggle, but they will carry your solution. Some won't speak your native language, but they will echo your heavenly assignment. Like Moses raised in Pharaoh's palace, not by his birth family but by divine placement, Your help may come from places that once felt foreign. Exodus 2 shows us that purpose is often preserved through unexpected hands. Could it be that your next level requires a divine adoption into unfamiliar favor? Devon Franklin, Hollywood producer and spiritual leader, once said in an interview, "Sometimes God will allow your own circle to turn their backs just so you'll turn your face to Him." When he first started pitching inspirational films in secular spaces, even fellow believers doubted his approach. But God sent him allies outside of his church, outside of his circle, and those allies funded what the familiar had feared. Purpose doesn't require popularity, it requires providence. Chosen one, this is not rejection, this is realignment. You're no longer dependent on proximity, you're now operating in spiritual compatibility. God is not being cruel by using others to do what your family never did. He's being faithful to His own word. And that word is bigger than biology. Some people were assigned to your upbringing, but not all were anointed for your becoming. Have you ever confused shared history with shared destiny? Could it be that you've held on too tightly to people who were only meant to play the first act of your story? Jesus Himself knew this pain. In Mark 6, He returns to His hometown and is met with doubt. "Isn't this the carpenter?" they asked. They couldn't reconcile divinity with familiarity. And the Bible says He could do no mighty works there, not because He lacked power, but because they lacked perception. Anastasia, a pianist from Romania, played in underground bars to survive. Her family told her that music was a luxury for the rich, but at age 32, during an open mic in Berlin, a retired music professor from Sweden heard her and said, "I don't know your story, but your sound is anointed." He funded her first album without reading her bio. That album now scores films across Europe. When heaven sends help, they don't need explanation. They only need revelation. A lone eagle learns to soar not by clinging to the safety of its nest, but by being pushed into wind it has never faced. At first, it looks like cruelty, but the wind was never the enemy. It was the delivery system of flight. What if the unfamiliar winds in your life aren't threats, but training? This is not about being bitter. This is about being available. Have you matured enough to accept restoration, even when it doesn't come from the source you expected? Or are you still hoping broken cisterns will carry living water? God is raising up new people, mentors who speak your language, friends who understand your silence, sponsors who sow without skepticism, leaders who won't compete with your light, but guard it. This isn't favoritism, it's fulfillment. Psalm 68:6 says, God sets the lonely in families. Not always your biological one, but the one heaven creates for your purpose. That's what this is. Holy replacement, not out of resentment, but out of design. Not to erase your story, but to expand it. Xavier, a former foster youth in Seattle, spent years drifting from group home to group home. His caseworker called him difficult. But one day, a chaplain named Andre asked him a single question. Has anyone ever just listened to you without a clipboard? That one conversation turned into mentorship, then college, then a full-ride scholarship. Xavier is now a youth policy advisor. Andre wasn't family, he was fulfillment. Sometimes the ones God sends won't look like what you asked for, but they will carry what you prayed for. Have you been so loyal to your bloodline that you've blocked your lifeline? Some people carry your DNA, but not your destiny. Some share your name, but not your assignment. And now, God is shifting your alignment to match your anointing. This doesn't mean dishonor, it means discernment. Honor those who came before you, but walk with those who are going where you're headed. Jesus honored Mary, but walked with Peter, James, and John. Why? Because destiny often requires a new circle, one that sees your full dimension. Sister Amy Semple McPherson, one of the most controversial and powerful evangelists of the early 20th century, once said, "I'd rather walk with God in the dark than go alone in the light." Her own denomination rejected her, but strangers packed tents across America to hear her preach. She didn't replace her denomination, she fulfilled her assignment. Even the redwood tree, one of the tallest living organisms on Earth, depends not on deep roots but on wide, interlocking ones that connect with other redwoods underground. Its strength is found not in solitary depth, but in shared support. So too, your strength for this season may come from new roots God is connecting you with. Strong, unfamiliar, holy connections that stabilize your rise. God isn't removing love. He's revealing layers. Some people were never meant to see your finished glory. They were only meant to witness your early planting, and that's okay. Now, He is sending people who won't make you feel like you're too much, who won't dim your vision or dilute your voice. They'll see you and serve what heaven placed inside you. They won't ask you to edit your oil. They'll protect it. They are coming, not to compete, to complete, not to remind you of your pain, to restore your hope, not to challenge your voice, to champion your sound. Are you willing to let God answer your prayers His way, even if it doesn't look like the people you hoped would be involved? Because when you release the version of support you imagined, you make room for the help He appointed. Chosen one, this isn't about replacing family. It's about fulfilling prophecy. It's about aligning with purpose. It's about saying yes to God, even if it means walking away from the familiar into the faithful. You're not losing love. You're gaining clarity. And in clarity, you'll find the people who were always waiting to run with you. Chapter 7. Your honor is coming from an unexpected place. Chosen one, the wound of rejection doesn't always scream. It often whispers. It whispers in the silence after you accomplish something, and no one in your life says, "Well done." It shows up in the ache of celebration that's shared with strangers, but never with blood. You've smiled in public while bleeding in secret. You've pushed others forward while no one even paused to ask if you were okay. How many times did you wonder why those who should have loved you loudest stayed the quietest when you needed them most? You weren't asking for crowns. You just wanted to be seen. A nod, a kind word, a sense that your sacrifices mattered, that your battles weren't invisible, that someone somewhere understood the weight you were carrying alone. But all you heard was silence, watchful, cold, sometimes even mocking. Instead of hands extended, you saw arms crossed. Instead of encouragement, you felt detachment, and you started to question your own light. Was I too intense, too much? Was I wrong for dreaming this big? Or worse, was I unlovable unless I was useful? But here's the sacred truth. You weren't too much. You were just too anointed to be understood by those who had not been spiritually prepared to witness your becoming. You were not the problem. Your calling was the disruption to their comfort. Your favor threatened the illusions they built around themselves. And so they responded not with celebration, but with silence. This is what Jesus experienced in his hometown. In Mark 6:4 he said, "A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives, and in his own home." Even Christ, the sinless, flawless Son of God, was doubted by those closest to him. If divinity wrapped in flesh could be dishonored in Nazareth, how much more can heaven's messengers today be misjudged by familiarity? But now the winds have shifted. What once felt like abandonment will be revealed as divine separation. The same God who let you be hidden is now orchestrating your unveiling. And here's what will astonish you. Honor is coming, but not from where you expected. It's coming from an unfamiliar source, untouched by your history, uninfluenced by gossip, unclouded by jealousy. Someone whose spirit has been stirred by heaven to see you. Can you receive honor without explanation? Can you welcome blessing without backstory? Because the one being sent won't need your resume. They won't require proof. They'll carry perception. They won't be moved by your performance. They'll be moved by your presence. Just as Samuel knew David was king the moment he entered the room, without background or social status, this divine connector will identify the oil resting on your life. 1 Samuel 16:12 says, "Then the Lord said, 'Rise and anoint him. This is the one.'" That kind of recognition bypasses the flesh. It comes from divine instruction, and you, chosen one, are about to be anointed in the sight of those who doubted you. Jane Chen, co-founder of Embrace Innovations, designed low-cost infant warmers that saved thousands of premature babies in developing countries. But her early investors dropped her, claiming it wasn't scalable. She was crushed. Until one stranger, a Silicon Valley philanthropist who read her mission online, said, "This is too important to fail. What do you need?" In one phone call, funding came, not because of her business plan, but because her burden was recognized. That's how divine honor works. It shows up not to be impressed by your armor, but to bless your scars. Elijah, a mechanic from Nairobi, spent 14 years building clean water tech devices in his garage while being laughed at by his relatives for wasting time. He never spoke about his inventions again, but continued refining them. One day, a visiting American professor's car broke down near Elijah's shop. As Elijah repaired it, the professor saw his prototype and said, "Why isn't this in production?" Within 9 months, Elijah's work became part of a clean water initiative in 7 countries. His relatives still haven't said congratulations, but the world has. Like the bamboo tree, which spends years growing underground before ever breaking the surface, your journey has been one of silent, sacred preparation. Others saw nothing, so they assumed nothing was happening. But heaven was growing your root system deep, strong, and invisible. And now, it's time for the shoot to rise. Fast, public, unstoppable. Could it be that your breakthrough is not coming through validation, but through divine interception? God is sending someone who will do in one moment what others refuse to do in a lifetime. They will honor you. Not for your performance, not because you earned it in their eyes, but because God whispered your name in their spirit. They'll honor your resilience, your sacrifice, your quiet obedience, your invisible warfare, your anointing that kept burning even when no one believed in your altar. Have you prepared your heart for honor that doesn't come from familiarity, but from alignment? Because heaven is orchestrating introductions you didn't plan, connections you didn't network for, opportunities you didn't qualify for on paper, but are fully worthy of in spirit. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, renowned anti-apartheid leader, once said, "God places us in relationships not because of our worth, but because of our willingness to serve." His fiercest supporters during his lowest seasons were not from his denomination. They were strangers who had heard from God. That's the kind of shift that is coming into your life. This new honor won't carry the tone of flattery. It will carry the weight of prophecy. It won't just affirm your gift, it will activate your next. These people will feel like home before you even know their full name. They'll walk into your life, not because you summoned them, but because God sent them. And you'll know it's divine because their presence won't trigger your trauma. It will heal it. Chloe, a former nurse in London, lost her job after speaking up about systemic negligence. Her family mocked her for making trouble. For months she hid, jobless, ashamed. Then one night at a worship gathering, a woman she had never met stood beside her and whispered, "The Lord told me you're a gatekeeper of justice. He's not done with your voice." That woman later connected Chloe to an NGO where she now leads policy change initiatives across the UK. The honor that heals doesn't explain. It arrives and speaks directly to your calling. Even the sunflower knows to face east, turning toward the light regardless of who's watching. It doesn't demand applause to bloom. It simply honors the light. and is honored by heaven in return. You too are entering a season where turning your face toward God will draw recognition you never asked for, but were always meant to carry. Like a rainstorm after a long drought, this moment will wash over you, and the soil of your heart, cracked and dry from years of indifference, will finally feel nurtured. You won't need to beg. You won't need to perform. You won't need to rehearse your journey. You'll simply be seen and honored. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. This is your season of recognition, not rooted in ego, but in elevation, not for the sake of applause, but for alignment. And when it happens, when they call your name, when they open that door, when they speak what your heart has longed to hear, you'll realize something sacred. It was never about who didn't honor you. It was always about when God would. They didn't see you, not because you were unworthy, but because you were too close, too familiar, too entangled in the ordinary for them to perceive the sacred oil you carried. They saw your process, not your purpose. They saw the struggle, the stumbles, the silent tears, but not the fire God was forging beneath it all. You were hidden in plain sight, camouflaged by the mundane, but cradled by the hand of heaven. What felt like rejection was divine redirection. What looked like abandonment was holy preservation. God cloaked you in silence, not to punish you, but to protect the purity of your becoming. He could not allow polluted hands to crown what he anointed in secret. So he veiled you, not from value, but from vultures. When certain people exited your life, it was not a coincidence, it was a rescue. Their absence was God's mercy in disguise. He blocked their access, not because you weren't lovable, but because your future was too weighty to be contaminated by hands that only loved convenience, not covenant. He isolated you so you would learn to recognize the voice of heaven over the noise of applause. And in that isolation, you didn't just survive. You were refined. You learned the language of the Spirit. You discerned what eyes could never see. You became fluent in stillness, trained in obscurity, and anchored in obedience. You stopped performing for approval and started aligning for purpose. Now, without effort, without striving, something holy is shifting. Someone you've never met, someone who was not there for your pain, is being drawn to your promise. They do not carry the memory of your struggle, but they carry the discernment to honor your assignment. Their spirit is calibrated to your purpose. They are not threatened by your shine. They were sent to make room for it. Like Ruth stumbling into destiny and Boaz already aligned with it, this divine stranger is not arriving by chance, but by ordination. They will see what others missed. They will value what others mishandled. And they will move with speed, doing in days what bloodline could not do in years. What your family overlooked, heaven has remembered, because God never forgets. Like David in the fields, like Moses in the wilderness, you were hidden not to be denied, but to be preserved. You were a king in waiting, a deliverer in the making, a remnant being forged in places no one else could understand. The delay wasn't denial. The silence wasn't absence. The wilderness wasn't punishment. It was the sacred womb of your commissioning. Now, the veil is lifting, not because you begged to be seen, but because heaven is ready to reveal what it has been building in secret. You are not being discovered. You are being remembered. And this remembering does not erase your history. It redefines it. This is not about replacing your family or disowning your past. It is about fulfilling the call of God without apology. Some shared your blood, but not your burden. Some loved the idea of you, but not the weight of your calling. And that's okay. You're no longer waiting for their validation. You're no longer aching for their understanding. You are walking forward with those who were sent, not those who stayed out of obligation. God is expanding your reach beyond the borders of familiarity and into divine fulfillment. So when honor comes wrapped in unfamiliar voices, when affirmation arrives from lips that never watched you grow up, don't question it, receive it. This is heaven answering the cries you wept in silence. This is the fulfillment of every whispered prayer, every sleepless night, every hidden sacrifice. You are not just stepping into favor, you are stepping into remembrance. You are not just being noticed, you are being called forth. Not for who you were, but for who you have become in the fire. And now, chosen one, after all that has been revealed, sit with this truth. You have not walked alone. Heaven has been whispering your name through every silence, scripting destiny through every delay. And though family may not have held your hand, the Father held your future. So before we step into what's next, before we open the scroll of your next unveiling, let us seal what has been spoken with a holy moment of prayer. This is not just a prayer of transition. This is a prayer of release, remembrance, and divine readiness. Let us pray. Father of light and the keeper of sacred timings, we come before you with trembling gratitude, for you have seen the places no one else saw. You heard every silent cry behind closed doors, and you collected every tear like treasure. Thank you for hiding us when we begged to be seen. Thank you for saying not yet when we only wanted right now. Thank you for being faithful when others were absent, for being constant when love felt conditional. You are the God who lifts the overlooked, who crowns the hidden, who anoints the forgotten. You are the one who calls kings out of fields and queens out of shadows. And today we stand at the edge of a holy reversal. We don't bring credentials, we bring surrender. We don't ask for titles, we ask for alignment. Release us from every false identity we took on in survival. Burn away every voice that told us we were too much, too weak, too soon, too late. Today, we lay down the ache of unmet expectations. We forgive what was withheld. We release who never showed up. We no longer beg to be seen. We choose to be sent. Send those assigned to us, Lord. Send the ones who don't come to compete but to confirm. Send those who see our oil and won't try to steal it. Send those who honor without history, who bless without needing to understand the backstory. Let our spirits recognize divine appointments when they arrive, whether in mentorship, provision, partnership, or friendship. And when the honor comes, let us carry it with humility. When the door opens, let us walk through with holy fear. When the reward manifests, let us never forget the hidden seasons that formed our faith. We are no longer wounded warriors. We are healed vessels. We are not defined by who left. We are refined by who you've always been. Seal this moment in heaven, God. Let this be our amen to the first 7 chapters. And let the next chapter begin not with striving, but with stillness. We receive what you're doing. We receive who you're sending. And we receive who we truly are, not forgotten, not forsaken, but chosen, still and forever. In Jesus' name, amen. If you're still watching this, still sitting with me in the presence of this message, even after the prayer, thank you. Truly, thank you for allowing your heart to stay open, your spirit to remain engaged, and your faith to walk through every word with such reverence. Thank you for not rushing past the holy moments. Thank you for praying with me, for receiving with humility, and for choosing to listen all the way through. This journey hasn't just been about listening to a message, it's been about entering into divine agreement. And because you stayed, because you lingered where heaven was speaking, I believe something has already shifted in the spirit realm on your behalf. Now, chosen one, let your soul exhale. You've walked through a sacred journey, chapter by chapter, pain by pain, promise by promise, and what you once thought was rejection, you now know was God's protection. What your family could not give, heaven is now delivering through unexpected vessels. You are not defined by who didn't show up, who didn't affirm you, or who couldn't see you. You are defined by the one who has always known your name, who hid you until the timing was right. and who is now sending someone who carries exactly what was missing. This is no longer about seeking validation. This is about stepping fully into what you were born for. The stranger is not coming to replace. They're coming to recognize. The restoration is not just emotional, it's prophetic. And the favor coming upon you is not random. It's heaven repaying you for your quiet obedience. So don't hesitate when the door opens. Don't shrink when honor arrives. Don't explain away the blessing when it comes. Just receive it. Because this moment was never about earning. It was about enduring. If this message spoke to your soul, I invite you to like this video and share it with someone who's still walking through silence. Leave a comment below and let me know. I'm ready for divine alignment. Subscribe if you haven't already and tap the bell icon so you won't miss the next word heaven wants to deliver into your life. Whether you chose to give through a super thanks or simply showed up quietly and stayed to the end, thank you. You're seen. You're valued. You matter. And now I speak this blessing over you. May divine alignment find you swiftly. May the honor you were denied be returned in full. May strangers become covenant carriers. May the rooms you once feared walking into become places of elevation and ease. May every no become a setup for heaven's yes. May your next chapter be so full of restoration that even your scars begin to praise. You were never forgotten. You were simply being forged. You were never cast aside. You were being set apart. You were never overlooked. You were hidden by design. Now rise, chosen one. This is your release. They thought they covered their tracks, that if they smiled enough, played the concerned friend role well enough, stayed just close enough to you, no one would ever believe the truth. But here we are. The mask has slipped. The whispers have turned to thunder. And the cat. Oh, the cat is not just out of the budget standing in the middle of the room, growling with receipts. What do you do when the very people who called you family were the architects of your deepest wounds? How do you heal when the ones you trusted the most were running an underground campaign to destroy you? This wasn't accidental. This was warfare disguised as bonding. They didn't just want you hurt, they needed you, ruined, because your glow terrified them. Your purpose irritated the demons they never confronted. And your rise? It was a mirror they couldn't stand to look into. You reminded them of what they gave up on, what they could never become, what they never had the discipline to pursue. That's why they didn't just walk away. They built a system of sabotage around your light and dared to do it in the name of love. End of 4. But here's the shift: truth has a timeline, and it's finally caught up with them. The lights are on, and what once hid in shadows is now center stage. Their roles exposed, their scripts unraveled, their intentions broadcast in divine surround sound. And you're not broken. You're awake. Before we dive into the full unveiling, I want you to do something bold. Drop 777 in the comments if you've ever been ambushed by betrayal wearing a friendly face, or if you've ever walked into a room and felt your soul shrink under the weight of unspoken jealousy. That number tells me you're not alone in this awakening. It tells the algorithm that more chosen ones are rising. And to every single one of you who's supported this movement, especially those of you pouring into this mission through super thanks, I feel your heart. I honor your strength, and I'm so grateful. You're not just helping a video grow, you're helping voices. Remember, they matter. Because what's coming next, it's not just information, it's illumination. And I promise, you've never looked at them like this before. Keep watching. Because now we peel back the final layer. The show they scripted is over. Your testimony is just beginning. Are you ready to see how deep this betrayal really went? Let's go. God's chosen ones. The cat's out of the bag. on how far this group family went to cause pain for you. Number 1. When you dig a grave for the chosen, make it deep, because the universe might just bury you in it. They didn't just dig, they measured, calculated, stood over the edge of the pit with quiet satisfaction, believing your fall was guaranteed. But what they didn't calculate was the law of reversal, where the trap they set for you becomes their own undoing. Proverbs 26, 27 waren's. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. They didn't know that ancient law still speaks. But ask yourself this: why would people plot so deeply against someone they claim to love? What is it about your very presence that forced them to build alliances behind your back? Their fear was never about what you lacked. It was about what you carried. You didn't remind them of your weakness. You reminded them of what they never had the courage to become. They wanted a silenced version of you, a filtered, diluted, tame version. The kind of version that doesn't disturb fake peace. That's why they spoke curses wrapped in prayer circles. Why they used spiritual language to smuggle emotional control. But they didn't just mess with you, they tampered with holy fire. You were marked long before they tried to muffle you. Jeremiah 5 declares, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." There's a reason their efforts haven't worked. Your pain wasn't wasted, it was engineered. Have you noticed how betrayal became your compass? How exile became the blueprint for your rise? You were cast out like David in the wilderness, like Elijah in the cave, like Esther in silence before the throne. But isolation for the chosen isn't punishment, it's consecration. Let's go deeper. What kind of war were they waging against you without you even knowing? How many meetings did they hold to manage the image of your failure? What does it say about your power that they needed a whole collective to try and bury it? The answer lies not in who you are, but in who sent you. They weren't just fighting you, they were provoking the one who called you. Remember the story of Elisha in 2 Kings 6. When an entire army surrounded him and his servant in the night, the servant panicked. But Elisha, calm and composed, prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." And suddenly the hills were filled with horses and chariots of fire. That's what they didn't see around you, divine reinforcements. They surrounded you, but heaven surrounded them. Pope Shenouda III, the late Coptic patriarch and theologian, once said, "If God is not in the storm, you will drown. But if he is in the fire will serve you." What was meant to consume you became your training ground. What was sent to silence you gave birth to your roar. Like Maya, a young community organizer in Detroit whose closest friends turned against her the moment she launched her own foundation. They said she changed, grew cold, became too much. But the truth was, she outgrew their boxes. The same ones who ignored her calls are now asking her to speak at their events. She didn't just rise, she rose without their permission. Have you realized yet that your survival was never just survival? It was evidence that every scar they tried to write off has now become a scroll declaring your assignment. And look to the natural world. A glacier doesn't announce itself. It forms over years of invisible pressure, moving with unstoppable force. That's what you are. Silent strength that shapes landscapes. They mistook your pause for absence, but now you're advancing. You don't have to lift a finger. You never did. That's what they don't understand. You were never sent to wrestle with shadows. They were the ones who chose to fight against light. And now, the storm has arrived. But you are the storm. You've become what they feared most, a reckoning wrapped in radiance. What force can they summon now that can undo what has already been divinely aligned? What lie can they tell loud enough to drown out a soul finally in sync with heaven's timing? The answer is none. Because the shift in the atmosphere they're now trembling under, it's the universe correcting its course. That pressure in their chest, that's not coincidence. That's justice. Isaiah 54:17 reminds us, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." You never had to fight them back. The word already did. They didn't expect the silence they imposed on you to be the very place where God whispered your strategy. They didn't know you were incubating fire. You were never alone. When the chosen ones walk, heaven dispatches forces. When you're lied on, angels lean forward. When you're stripped of community, the Spirit begins constructing something they can't cancel. That's why the battle turned, not because you retaliated, but because heaven responded. Psalm 34:7 says, "The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and he delivers them." No, but have you fully realized the price of your light yet? Have you noticed how they didn't just disagree with you, they tried to erase you? That's not personal, that's prophetic. You were never meant to fit in, you were meant to expose what was false by simply existing. You didn't provoke Var. You revealed one. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who resisted the Nazis, once said, "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil." That's why your voice returns with vengeance. You're no longer shrinking to soothe fragile egos. You're no longer apologizing for being unmoved by manipulation. You're no longer dimming to comfort the uncommitted. There's a woman named Samira, a quiet but brilliant systems architect in London. For years, she was excluded from promotions, gaslighted in meetings, and mocked in private chats. But she stayed still, studied their systems, and wrote her own. Now, the very company that denied her is trying to partner with the firm she built from scratch. They didn't see her strategy until it was too late. Like you. She didn't shout. She executed. And yes, the isolation stung. The silence was brutal, but it was surgical. You were pulled apart so you could be rebuilt correctly. Could you have heard your real voice in the middle of their noise? Would you have risen this way if they hadn't tried to bury you first? You thought you were being left behind, but heaven was simply pulling you ahead. Romans 8:28 affirme. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. That's what's happening now. Alignment, exposure, power returned to the rightful vessel. Look at the lioness in the wild. She doesn't chase mice. She conserves her roar for moments that matter. You are that lioness. They mistook your silence for defeat, but it was discipline. Now they're being devoured by the truth they buried. Why are they scrambling to explain your rise? Why are the very ones who mocked you suddenly obsessed with your every move? It's not curiosity, it's consequence. You became the headline they can't spin. Their lies collapsed, not because you shouted louder, but because the vibration of truth has finally outrun their illusion. The cat isn't just out of the badgets roaring through their empire of deceit like a wildfire in dry timber. To the ones who plotted your end, you lost the moment heaven remembered who it sent. And to you, the one reading this, the one still rising with battle scars and brilliance, you are not too late. You are not too broken. You are exactly on time. Now walk like the earth was told to make room for your feet. Number 2. The great accounting, the universe never misses a move. They moved in shadows, thinking the light was blind, whispered lies like sacred oaths, wrote your downfall into scripts they handed each other like treasured secrets. They thought you were too naive to notice, too kind to confront. But what they didn't realize is that the universe never misses a signature, and now the audit has begun. Have you ever wondered how some people seem to rehearse their betrayal before you even trust them? Why their movements always felt calculated, like they were playing a game you never agreed to join? That's because they weren't just reacting, they were orchestrating. In their minds, it was chess. In reality, it was surveillance. And the very moves they thought would destroy you became their confessions. Every grin they wore like a mask. Every innocent text laced with hidden intention. Every secret meeting they hoped no one would ever discover. It's all been documented, but not in a courtroom. In the eternal database of divine justice. Psalm 33:13, -15 says, "From heaven the Lord looks down and sees all mankind. From his dwelling place he watches all who live on earth. He who forms the hearts of all, who considers everything they do." This isn't karma dressed in pop culture. This is cosmic accounting. And it's exact. No error, no emotion, just precision. The betrayal wasn't just emotional, it was spiritual theft. They hijacked your light to power their image. They fabricated a weaker version of you to justify their control. Have you ever sensed that they needed you smaller so they could feel big? That your presence exposed a bankruptcy in their soul? It reminds me of Ananias and Sapphira in Acts 5. They lied not just to people, but to the Holy Spirit. They thought their deception was clever, harmless, strategic. But Peter said to them, "You have not lied just to human beings, but to God." And judgment fell immediately. The universe doesn't deal in delay, it deals in divine alignment. When the scales are off, they will be reset. And for them, the scales are tipping fast. Look now. Can you see it? The unraveling. The cracks in their carefully curated world. The nervous glances. The broken alliances. The gossip machines short-circuiting because the truth they mocked has outlived their lies. Ecclesiastes 12:14 confirms it. For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every hidden thing. Whether it is good or evil, they didn't plan for the evidence to speak, but it's speaking now. Dr. Edith Eva Eger, Holocaust survivor and world-renowned trauma psychologist, once said, "We cannot heal what we do not acknowledge." And sometimes, the truth waits for the silence to be loud enough. That's what's happening now. Their silence used to be your torment, but now, it's their trial. They mocked your stillness, but your stillness was their exposure. Then there's Caleb, a logistics coordinator in Nairobi who was systematically blocked from advancement by colleagues who resented his integrity. They forged reports, twisted emails, spread rumors to HR, but he didn't retaliate. He documented, and when the company faced a massive internal audit, his quiet records dismantled an entire corrupt system. Now, he's not just promoted, he's overseeing the team that once tried to bury him. You've been under the radar, but not under divine neglect. Do you realize how meticulously heaven has been logging your journey? Do you understand that the very injustice that wounded you has become the fuel behind your rise? Like tectonic plates moving beneath the surface, the pressure has been building. Now, the shift is here, and no fortress of deceit can withstand a quake written in heaven's timetable. They thought no one saw, but the heavens blinked not once. Every staged concern, every strategic smile, Every moment they drank your tears like wine. They were all recorded. Divine surveillance doesn't miss a moment. Every whisper behind your back was echoed in eternity. Every time they celebrated your breakdown, thinking your collapse was confirmation of their power. It was already noted. Why did they feel so safe playing with what was sacred? How could they believe the divine would stay silent forever? The answer is pride unexamined, unrepentant, and loud. But now, the roar belongs to your healing, and their silence is their trial. To you, the chosen one of this was never about luck. This was about justice deferred, not denied. You didn't just make it through. You outlasted what was designed to consume you. Psalm 18:27 says, "You save the humble, but bring low those whose eyes are haughty." They mistook your humility for weakness. Not knowing it was your covering, they wore your pain like a trophy, curated your sorrow like it was part of their brand. They gathered stories soaked in your blood and told them with pride. How could someone so entertained by your wounds think there'd be no cost? But healing has its own frequency, and your restoration is now louder than their narrative. It reminds me of Haman, the adversary of Mordecai and Esther. He built a gallows for the one he despised, only to be sentenced to it himself. Esther 7:10 records it clearly. So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. What they set up for your humiliation has now become the stage for their fall. Brian Stevenson, renowned civil rights lawyer and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, once said, "You can't understand most of the important things from a distance. You have to get close." And that's what the universe has done. It's closed in, not with violence, but with truth. It got close enough to smell the rot behind the charm, close enough to collapse the fantasy under its own weight. There's a man named Victor, a quiet high school principal in São Paulo. For years, a group of board members used his kindness against him, spread rumors, denied funding, even blamed him for misconduct he never committed. But he stayed the course, kept records, kept praying. One day, an anonymous tip launched an investigation. Not only was he cleared, his accusers were exposed in full detail. Today, he's been appointed to lead regional reform in education. They thought they'd buried him beneath bureaucracy, but the truth unearthed him. You see, the foundation they built wasn't rocket, was sand. Matthew 7:26 warns, "Everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice is like a foolish man who built his house on sand." And now, their empire is collapsing. No scaffolding of deceit can hold up once divine winds start blowing. Have you ever wondered why the collapse is quiet at first? Why the reckoning feels almost poetic? Because the universe doesn't need spectacle to execute justice, the same way they whispered their betrayals. The correction now echoes back in silence until it crashes so loud it cracks illusions into ash. What you're witnessing is balance restored, not petty revenge, not bitterness, but cosmic alignment. The divine didn't just clear your name, it elevated your voice. You were the target. Now you're the testimony. You are the headline written in fire. And their desperation? It's not remorse, it's terror. Terror that the truth will no longer be filtered through your grace. That the light they used to stand beside to appear whole is no longer accessible without your glow. Their shadows stretch too far without your forgiveness. Their guilt has no echo to hide behind. This is what the great accounting looks like. Every debt settled, every lie dismantled, not through noise but through inevitability. And to those who played God over your life, the sky didn't fall. You did. Number 3. The trap they set became their own stage. They constructed it with precision, each piece of gossip, each passive-aggressive post, each false concern layered like stage props. But they never realized the irony they were scripting. They thought they were setting a trap for you, carefully orchestrated, like a public humiliation. But now, they're the ones standing exposed in their own performance. The lights they aimed at your shame are now illuminating their deceit, and every eye is watching. Have you noticed how silence suddenly surrounds those who once spoke so confidently against you? Why their names are now followed by awkward glances instead of applause? They built a platform on your pain, and now that platform is cracking beneath their feet. This isn't just poetic justice. It's surgical precision from the divine. What they meant to destroy you has become the soundtrack of your rise. Every whisper they dropped into dark corners is now echoing in truth's cathedral. Psalm 57:6 says, "They dug a pit in my path, but they have fallen into it themselves. They wrote you off, cast you out, labeled you unstable, emotional, too much." But their calculations didn't factor in the one variable they could never control, the resilience of the chosen. You didn't claw your way to this moment. You didn't manipulate or chase attention. You simply refused to collapse. That's the real twist. You survived without retaliation. You healed without bitterness. You elevated without explanation. And now, you walk in a truth so undeniable. It makes their entire narrative melt under its weight. Corrie ten Boom, Dutch Christian and Holocaust survivor, once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." They threw you in that pit believing it would be your end, but it became your chrysalis. What they thought was a burial was really a rebirth. You are not rising because they fell. You're rising because your foundation was built in silence, in secret, in suffering. And when truth rises, it doesn't need to shout. Have you seen how their power begins to flicker when you enter a room now? Why their stories no longer land the same way they used to? There's a woman named Jinnah, a marketing strategist from Seoul. Her co-workers mocked her faith, stole her campaign ideas, and excluded her from key meetings. But she kept building quietly, kept showing up in excellence. A year later, a major client traced the success of their brand back to her work and demanded she lead the global campaign. The very team that silenced her now submits proposals under her leadership. They wanted to control the stage, but the audience shifted. In the book of Daniel, we see a moment just like this. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were thrown into the fiery furnace, not because they failed, but because they refused to bow. Their enemies thought fire would finish them. But Daniel 3:25 says, "Look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." What was meant to destroy them became the backdrop for a divine appearance. That's what's happening with you. You're not just walking out of the fire, you're walking with presence. And that presence exposes every lie, every illusion, every manipulation. Have you ever wondered why they're the ones losing stability while you're just getting started? Why their machines of control are suddenly glitching like fragile tech under a truthquake? Because energy never lies. And the lie can only hold weight for so long before gravity reclaims it. Look at the sun cutting through dense fog at dawn. It doesn't argue, doesn't plead. It simply arrives, and the fog has no choice but to fade. You are that sun now, not loud, but final. Let's not pretend this unraveling is accidental. This is divine alignment, finesse in motion. The universe gave them room to perform, to bask in their illusions, to spin their webs, But when the time was right, the light snapped on, exposing every mask for what it really was. The grand spectacle of their deceit is now collapsing in real time, and the audience, your allies, the watchers, even the neutral see the truth crystal clear. Why do some systems built on manipulation crumble so quickly when truth arrives? How is it that the very foundation of control they so desperately constructed is now their prison? Because no one can outsmart the divine blueprint. It's not a game of wit, it's a law of existence. They tried to play the chessboard, but you were moving in rhythm with the cosmic dance. Their desperation sent them in circles, endless talking, plotting, scrambling. Your silence wasn't absence, it was power stored. It was a calm before the storm. And now, that silence is screaming louder than their accusations ever did. For those still wrestling with doubt, wondering if you're truly chosen, or if this is all coincidence, hear this clearly. No one devotes that much energy to destroying someone who isn't a threat. If you weren't dangerous, they wouldn't have tried so hard to dim your light. The moment you showed up carrying truth, they panicked. Their fear is your confirmation. The irony cuts deep, doesn't it? They thought they could rewrite your story, but the universe had already authored it in indelible ink. Their scripts are dissolving, and yours are blazing bright. It's a cosmic courtroom where you aren't on trial. You're the judge, Martin Luther King Jr., a titan of truth and justice, once proclaimed. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. The bend is happening now. The stage they built to shame you, it's their cage. The spotlight once meant to blind you, now reveals their true faces. Look at Anya, a journalist from Moscow who faced smear campaigns from powerful figures threatened by her investigations. She was isolated, threatened, and dismissed. Yet she persisted, publishing one exposé after another. Now, those same figures are under official inquiry. She didn't fight with fists. She fought with truth, and the world is watching her triumph. In 2 Corinthians 12-9, Paul writes, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Your weakness, their target, has been your hidden strength. The pressure they applied was the pressure that forged your unbreakable spirit. Natural forces teach the same truth. Imagine a river carving its way through solid rock, not by force, but by persistence over time. It doesn't shout or rage. It simply flows until the rock gives way. You are that river, steady, persistent, shaping your destiny. Have you noticed how their narratives falter the moment you speak your truth? Why their facades crumble when faced with your unshakable presence? Because you are no longer a background player in their drama. You are the director rewriting the scene. You are not their victim. You are their reminder. And the universe's work is far from over. The twist is still turning, the spotlight still shifting. And with every attempt to silence you, your voice grows louder, not through shouting, but through the undeniable power of truth. This is divine irony, striking exactly where it's meant to. Number 4. The fire of truth doesn't knock, it consumes. Lies may glitter for a moment, but they never endure the storm. Their fragile beauty shatters the instant reality, turns up the heat. And that moment, the moment when all carefully constructed illusions begin to unravel, is here. The fire of truth doesn't politely knock. It consumes everything in its path, relentlessly, without pause. Have you noticed how falsehoods, no matter how convincingly crafted, start to crack under pressure? Why do some people's smiles suddenly falter when questions get too close? This is no accident. This is exposure. The house of cards they built on deception is collapsing, and every shaky piece falls heavier on those who built it. They spent so much time constructing narratives with trembling hands pretending to be protectors, voices of reason, calming the storm, but in reality, they were the architects of chaos, villains draped in the robes of saints, spinning tales to confuse and control. They counted on your silence, thought you were powerless because you didn't shout. But silence isn't surrender, it's a loaded weapon. And now, that weapon has been drawn. The truth no longer needs to be proclaimed. It simply exists, undeniable and clear as sunlight piercing the darkest shadow. The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 26:20, "Without wood, a fire goes out. Without a gossip, a quarrel dies down. Their fire of lies now lacks fuel. Their gossip cannot sustain the collapse they face." There's an irony here. They believed their own lies. So often they repeated them, so confidently. They forgot these were fabrications. They rehearsed the roles of heroes, wearing masks until the sweat of truth revealed every crack. Elie Wiesel, Holocaust survivor and Nobel laureate, once said, "The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference." Their indifference to truth and their love for control blinded them to the fire that was coming. That fire is not destruction, it is purification, burning away deceit and falsehoods until only what is real remains. Consider Amara, a dedicated nurse from Nairobi, whose colleagues whispered behind her back, claiming she was too emotional, too fragile for the pressures of the job. Yet in the midst of a crisis, Amara's calm leadership saved countless lives. Her detractors' lies melted away in the heat of her undeniable strength. She didn't fight them, she simply stayed true. And now, her name is synonymous with resilience in the story of Jeremiah. Known as the weeping prophet, we see a man burdened with harsh truths, though mocked and persecuted. Jeremiah vinci, novi declaris. But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. Truth burns inside the chosen, impossible to contain, impossible to ignore. Nature offers a vivid parallel. A wildfire sweeping across dry terrain doesn't pause to ask permission. It roars with hunger and leaves no falsehood unturned. You are that wildfire now. Your truth is consuming every fabricated narrative that once sought to define you. Have you noticed how the collective is starting to awaken? Why do lies collapse as more eyes open to the reality you carry? Because fire reveals, purifies, and transforms. And when it burns, nothing can stop it. Their favorite weapon was distraction, point fingers, cast blame, make the light seem dangerous so they could lurk in the shadows undisturbed. But truth is relentless. It cuts through noise with surgical precision, revelation by revelation, expose by expose, lie by leet crumbles. Have you noticed how lies never fall with a bang, but with quiet devastation? Why does the mask slip slowly, but surely? Because truth works molecule by molecule, unraveling narratives until the crowd they once convinced starts asking questions, remembering, noticing, awakening. And when people begin to notice, the game is over. To you, the chosen one, never doubt the power of your truth. You didn't need to fight. You didn't need to shout. The energy always catches up. Lies might fly for a while, but truth moves with inevitability. Ecclesiastes 3:17 reminds us, God will bring every deed into judgment. including every hidden thing, whether it is good or evil. No, you were never crazy. You were never the villain. You were the mirror that reflected their own rot. The universe is meticulous. It doesn't forget. It doesn't overlook what was done to you. And that's why the collapse you see around you is no accident. It's consequence. Natural law. Divine justice. Still feeling doubt? Wondering if they're still winning? Look closely. If they truly held power, would they panic? Scramble to rewrite history? Delete evidence? Silence voices? No. That's not strength. That's collapse in motion. Frederick Douglass, former slave and influential abolitionist, said, "Truth is powerful, and it prevails. Their noise, their bluster, was never strength. It was volume without substance. And now even their volume cannot save them. Truth arrives like sunlight burning through morning fog, compromising, brutal, honest. It sears falsehoods until they vanish, leaving only what is real behind. Imagine a forest fire that burns away the deadwood, clearing the path for new growth. That's what this is. Every structure built on deceit deserves this cleansing fire. When the smoke clears, only the truth will stand. Only you will remain. Number 5. They built a throne on lies. Now it's crumbling beneath them, piece by glorious piece. You can build a castle with stolen bricks and hollow promises, but don't be surprised when the walls cave in. There's a sound that precedes every collapse. It starts subtle, a shift in the atmosphere, a pressure beneath the surface. Then, the creak, the snap, the groan of what once seemed unshakable, now bending under the weight of truth. Have you ever felt that subtle change before a storm? Not the roar, but the quiet stillness that signals what's coming. That's what's happening now. What you hear isn't chaos, it's justice in motion. Their confidence was their blindfold. They mistook their lies for foundation, their control for permanence. But Psalm 11:3 warns, when the foundations are destroyed, what can the righteous do? The ground beneath their throne is hollow. Their empire built on rot is doomed. The collapse isn't just structural, it's spiritual bankruptcy. The bill came due. The weight of all the lies, the cover-ups, the twisted narratives, they're falling like bricks in a storm. The arrogance that once made them feel invincible now becomes the sound of their own downfall. You saw this coming before anyone else did. You felt it in the way they moved, too calculated, too forced. You sensed the falseness in their smiles, the tension behind their loyalty. You warned others, tried to explain, but they labeled you too intense, too sensitive, too negative. Have you wondered why the truth was so hard for others to see? Why your warning sounded like alarm bells no one wanted to hear? Now, even their staunchest defenders are retreating. Those who once swore allegiance are fading into silence. No one wants to stand beside a crumbling tower, covered in dust and debris of exposed deception. One by one, they distance themselves. One by one, they pretend ignorance. But you knew. You always knew. You watched them play puppet master, building kingdoms of illusion on fake smile, one forced alliance at a time. They called it leadership, claimed it was protection, but beneath it all was control, ego, fear. Fear of what would happen if the truth ever took root. The truth has not only taken root, it has blossomed into a reckoning. And the walls, they're coming down fast. You might ask, why didn't anyone believe me? Why did I have to bear the burden alone while they thrived in lies? The answer is the same now as it was then. Because truth is often the hardest thing to accept. But your suffering wasn't in vain. It was the soil for your victory. Queen Esther, whose courage saved a nation, once faced similar disbelief. Yet Esther 4:14 reminds us, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? You were placed perfectly, even when it felt isolated and unfair." Brené Brown, researcher and storyteller, has said, "Vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, creativity and change." Your vulnerability was never weakness. It was the genesis of transformation. The crumbling throne is evidence that change is underway. There's a woman named Layla, an activist in Cairo who faced exile for speaking against corruption. She was dismissed, threatened, and ignored. But as the system that oppressed her began to crack, her voice grew louder and inspired a movement. The throne built on lies was falling, and she was the spark. Like roots breaking through concrete, truth cannot be contained. It forces its way into the light, reshaping the landscape, because that's how it always begins. The truth doesn't shout at first. It waits in silence, watching, growing beneath the surface like roots underground. But when it blooms, it becomes undeniable. Those who doubted you now sit in stunned silence, witnessing the avalanche you warned them about, slow, inevitable, and unstoppable. To you, the chosen one, this moment is not just a spectacle, it's a confirmation, a validation of every tear. Every night you bore pain alone. The silence that once concealed your suffering now screams your survival to the world. This is not petty revenge, it's realignment. The cosmos restoring balance after years of deception and borrowed power. They were certain their secrets were safe, their alliances unbreakable, their control absolute. But nothing built on falsehood withstands the universe's reckoning. The collapse you witness is multi-dimensional, physical, reputational, spiritual, energetic. It's a fall that leaves no easy recovery, a fall that drags legacies down with it, and it forces even the closest allies to distance themselves, pretending ignorance. Abandoning ship, watch carefully as they scatter, backpedal, delete evidence, deny everything, and dissolve their once loyal support. For loyalty born of lies is no loyalty at all. It is fear, convenience, and self-interest. Once the illusion is stripped away, so too vanishes their allegiance. Breathe. Let this reality settle deep within you. Witness the justice unfolding, the truth, tired of being ignored, refuses to be silenced any longer. The chosen no longer apologize for being inconvenient or difficult. They were silenced, erased, painted as villains, but now the script has reversed itself. The ending they feared is here. No more hiding, no more pretending. The weight of their deception has finally crushed their fantasy. All that remains is the wreckage and you rising, stronger, clearer, and victorious. Job, a biblical figure known for his endurance through suffering, reminds us in Job 42:10, "The Lord restored his fortunes and gave him twice as much as he had before." Your restoration will be beyond measure because you stood when they expected you to fall. Maya Angelou, the legendary poet and activist, once said, "You may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated." Your story echoes that truth. Defeat was never your destiny. Consider Khalil, a community leader in Amman, Jordan, ostracized for exposing corruption. The silence around him was deafening. Yet, his unwavering commitment to truth inspired a wave of change, bringing down the very structures that sought to silence him. Like the oak tree weathering a storm, your roots grow stronger beneath the surface. Storms come and go, but your foundation holds firm. Number 6. When the pieces connect, the mask shatters and the pattern exposes everything. A single lie can stand firm for a moment, but stack enough of them together and they crumble under their own weight. At first, the cracks were subtly whispered doubt, a sidelong glance, a hesitant pause when your name was mentioned. Most weren't ready to believe you. They were mesmerized by the charm, the illusion, the carefully crafted facade. They clung to convenience, to what made their world comfortable. Have you noticed how slowly the fog begins to lift? How what once seemed like random discord now reveals a pattern so clear it's impossible to ignore. The emerging truth is not a mere crack, it's the entire structure exposed. Deception is clever when fresh polished, controlled, rehearsed. But time reveals rot beneath the veneer. The stench grows, unbearable and undeniable. Those who once defended the lies now glance around with widened eyes, asking, "How did I miss this?" The puzzle pieces are falling into place. What appeared as petty conflicts and isolated incidents was actually a calculated campaign of destruction. Not accident, not misunderstanding, but rehearsed sabotage, coordinated smear tactics, and it always circled back to you. They weren't just reacting, they were architects of your undoing. Every conversation, every narrative, every hushed whisper was a seed planted, a trap set, a perception shaped. And while you sought to understand the unease, they doubled down on deception, expending more energy building alibis than living honestly. Their lies weren't casual, they were engineered. Their attacks weren't spontaneous, they were strategic, rehearsed performances behind closed doors. Timed lines, perfected for maximum damage. Your life became their stage. And they were the actors playing roles designed to destroy your reputation. But now, the script is unraveling in their hands. Those confident lines are turning on them as evidence mounts. Memories resurface. Inconsistencias appear. The narrative once spun with control is now slipping through their fingers. Nehemiah, tasked with rebuilding Jerusalem's walls, faced coordinated opposition that was strategic and persistent. Yet Nehemiah 4:17, -18 records. Those who carried materials did their work with one hand and held a weapon with the other. The builders were armed. Like Nehemiah, you have been armed, your resilience and truth protecting you amid the siege. Johann Christoph Arnold, a peace advocate and author, once observed, "Truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose. It will defend itself." That's what's happening now. The truth you carry is defending you as lies collapse around you. Consider Ravi, a tech entrepreneur in Bangalore, whose competitors conspired to sabotage his projects with false accusations and misinformation campaigns. While he focused on innovation, they spent their energy on deceit. Eventually, clients saw through the smokescreen, and Ravi's business flourished while his opponents faltered. In nature, the spider's web is a masterpiece of design, strong and intricate, but when one thread breaks, the entire web can unravel. The same applies here. The network of lies woven around you is fragile and breaking with every revealed truth. Have you noticed how the smallest truth can collapse an entire narrative? How one exposed lie sends shockwaves through a fortress of deception? The mask they wore is shattering, and the pattern of their intent is now clear for all to see. One voice rises, then another still. What was once dismissed as your isolated struggle is now revealed as a sweeping pattern, a map of malice, a blueprint of betrayal. They failed to see the truth has its own rhythm. It doesn't rush. It waits for the perfect moment. You didn't have to force it. You simply outlasted the lies. You made it through the fog of confusion, the isolation of silence, the gaslighting that tried to drown your certainty, and the guilt that wasn't yours to carry. And now the light floods every crack they patched over with false smiles and rehearsed stories. All their efforts to control the narrative spinning damage control, calling in favors, manipulating silence, have crumbled. The hidden conversations, the coordinated scripts behind closed doors, the rehearsed lines, they are useless now. As more compare notes, the illusion bursts. Confusion turns to curiosity, which becomes clarity. The pattern emerges. Undeniable. It was never an accident or a misunderstanding. It was habitual, deliberate, a cycle everyone now sees. The pattern always points to the same architects of deceit, to you, the chosen one. Breathe this in. This is the shift, the vindication that doesn't need loud proclamations, because reality speaks loudest of all. You no longer have to prove anything. The pattern itself is your proof. Their unraveling is their confession. Their silence is guilt, at last catching up. You were never paranoid. You were never too much. You were never imagining it. You were the target of a machine engineered to break you. But you survived. And that machine, it's rusting in plain sight, leaking, collapsing under its own weight. Witnessed by those they fooled. Let it rise. Let every lie surface and fall away. Truth has become magnetic. Every false story is pulled apart, piece by piece. This is what happens when darkness runs out of places to hide. The pattern isn't just visible, it's deafening, and those who swore allegiance to liars are retreating, realizing too late that standing beside deception means being mistaken for it. The story is no longer theirs to tell. It belongs to you now, and at last, it is heard. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. Your season of revelation is here. Audre Lorde, poet and activist, said, "The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. Their tools leads manipulation, control air breaking, because the truth you wield is unstoppable." There's a man named Tariq, a whistleblower in Dubai, who risked everything to expose corporate corruption, isolated and vilified. He endured relentless attacks, yet the truth he carried could not be buried. Today, reforms have been initiated, and Tariq stands as a beacon of courage, like the phoenix rising from ashes. Your truth is reborn. You are no longer in the shadows. You are the light illuminating the path forward. Number 7. The spotlight burns now, and the curtain's been ripped clean off. Ali dazzle like bright stage lights, blinding, captivating, full of smoke and mirrors. But when the curtain falls, what remains is the chaos behind the scenes, tangled wires, broken props, and empty promises. This moment of reckoning is unfolding right now. The masks are cracking. The show cannot go on. The crowd is finally seeing the strings pulling the illusion apart. Have you noticed how what once seemed invincible now trembles under the weight of truth? Why do the rehearsed denials now sound hollow? and the cries of innocence seem forced. The foundation they built to last forever is buckling, and no performance can hold it together. Years of careful rehearsals, every denial timed, every emotional outburst choreographed, every sob story crafted to pierce sympathy without accountability, have only delayed the inevitable. They played the misunderstood, the victim, the innocent with such skill that many believed the act, but truth never plays a role. Truth pierces. It rips away costumes, kicks down stages, and turns on the house lights. What you are witnessing is the final act, not a drama, but a collapse. The scaffolding of deceit, the fake stories, strategic alliances, emotional manipulation, siege. Support beam is cracking. The tremors of revelation have shaken their entire stage. Nothing remains secure. When reality catches up, the spotlight shifts from admiration to interrogation. The loud denials now falter. The voices that once screamed innocence stammer. Eyes that shed tears on cue dart nervously, searching for escape. The audience stops applauding. They begin questioning. The spell is breaking. The public is awakening. Once the trick behind the illusion is revealed, it cannot be unseen. The emotional bait used to manipulate is no longer effective. The audience has stepped behind the curtain, and what they see is a con, a scam, a fabricated production. They relied on emotional shortcuts, believing that sincerity, tears, or volume could override logic and evidence. But emotion without truth is mere performance. And now, no one is buying tickets. The stage is emptying. The crowd is walking away. What remains is the raw, ugly mechanism of deception laid bare. 1 Corinthians 14:33 reminds us. God is not a God of disorder, but of peace. Their chaos is dissolving under divine order. The house of lies cannot stand in the light of truth. Malala Yousafzai, advocate for education and human rights, once said, "When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful." The silence of truth is now a roar, exposing every falsehood. Consider Elias, a whistleblower from Santiago, who exposed a corporate cover-up despite threats and isolation. His voice shattered the facade, forcing transparency. His courage turned the tide, and the deceit crumbled. In nature, the sunlight cutting through dense fog reveals what was hidden. It does not ask permission or wait for consent. It simply arrives, and the mist dissolves. Have you noticed how the spotlight now exposes what was once hidden? Why does falsehood tremble when confronted with unwavering truth? This is your moment. The breaking of the illusion. The rise of undeniable reality. To you, the chosen one. This is what you've been waiting for. The moment your silence was preparing you for the time when truth builds its case, not with noise, but with fire. You never needed to scream. You never had to force the unveiling. The truth now moves in your place, revealing what you could not, erasing illusions with relentless flame. Their kingdom of lies had a fatal flaw. It depended on everyone else remaining asleep. But the eyes have opened. Questions are rippling through the crowd. Energy is shifting. This is exposure in its purest form, not merely being caught in the act, but being laid bare in intention and motive. When intention is revealed, there is no turning back. This is the reckoning, the burn that does not fade. The moment the narrative flips from "maybe it was a mistake" to "they knew exactly what they were doing," you were doubted, discredited, dragged through mud while they basked in the spotlight you were supposed to shrink beneath. But now, that spotlight sears them. revealing every false smile, every forced tear, every grasp at hollow virtue. The shields they once held are melting away, and the fallout, it's glorious. There is nowhere to run, no words to twist, no guilt to weaponize. The collective vision of truth is locked in, and the reckoning is unstoppable. Reputations crumble, support evaporates. All that remains is exposure standing, powerless under the very lights they once controlled. This is the moment the curtain falls. The truth takes center stage, raw and unmasked. No script, no costume, just undeniable reality, and the collapse of lies, too arrogant to consider consequences. The reckoning is here, and you, the chosen, were never the villain. You were the mirror, a reflection they could not bear. Now, the whole world sees what you saw all along. Psalm 34:18 comforts us. The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Your spirit, crushed but unbroken, now shines through the ruins. Nelson Mandela, a symbol of resilience and justice, said, "The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Your rise is that glory, unshakable and true." Consider Amira, a human rights defender in Istanbul, whose voice was silenced and vilified, yet with patience and courage, the truth she championed pierced through layers of deceit, inspiring change and awakening many. Nature reflects this too. Sunlight bursts through a storm's retreating clouds, illuminating everything it once hid without apology, without hesitation. Have you noticed how light reveals what shadows tried to keep hidden? Why does the world begin to see what you already knew? This is your time, the rise from shadow into undeniable light. Number 8. They tried to erase your spirit, but the universe doesn't delete what it designed. They didn't just try to silence you, they aimed to erase you completely, to rewrite history as if you never existed, reduce you to a mere whisper in a story where you were once the backbone, the pulse, the truth itself. Their plan was to make you a footnote, something small, forgettable, easily ignored. But truth refuses to shrink. Your energy was never meant to be confined to the margins. You were, and always will be, the chapter, the heart beating through the entire narrative. Why does truth always find a way to rise, no matter how deep they try to bury it? How can something as intangible as energy be so undeniably persistent? Because truth carries memory, and reality grows roots that cannot be severed. Every attempt to bury your impact only makes it grow louder, stronger, more undeniable with each passing day. Their version of the past, the carefully crafted script they've sold to the world, is collapsing. Facts no longer align. Timelines contradict. Their narrative cannot withstand the pressure of lived experience and collective memory. As people die deeper, the facade crumbles, exposing layers of consistent deception. They lied not occasionally, not by accident, but with relentless consistency. Lies meant to erase you, protect their fragile images, and soothe their own fears. Lies they told themselves as much as the world, believing they could overwrite spiritual truth with ego and cowardice. But what most miss is the deeper reality beneath this social fallout. This isn't merely a story of exposure or emotional fallout. This is a spiritual reckoning. No external punishment, no sudden divine wrath striking from above. It's balancia, cosmic physics that operates on the soul's frequency. Energy does not vanish, it recycles and rebalances. Every act out of alignment with truth incurs a cost. Every manipulation fueled by fear. Every decision rooted in greed. Every smear meant to silence your light because it unsettled their comfort. All these energies accumulate silently but relentlessly. And now, that weight demands release. Galatians 6-7 warns, "Do not be deceived, God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." The spiritual laws that govern existence are as real as gravity, inescapable and impartial. C.S. Lewis, writer and theologian, once wrote, "Integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one is watching." Your unwavering truth, held in silence, holds more power than they ever imagined. Think of Nia, an artist from Johannesburg whose creative voice was suppressed by gatekeepers, fearful of her influence. Despite efforts to erase her contributions, her work surfaced in galleries worldwide, inspiring a new generation. Her spirit, though targeted for oblivion, rebounded with unstoppable force. Nature teaches the same truth. Rivers, even when dammed or diverted, carve new paths, breaking barriers, reaching the ocean relentlessly. Your spirit is like water, unyielding, persistent, destined to find its way. This is karmic gravity. No one escapes it, not by status, not by charm, not by lies well spun to fool a crowd. Spiritual truth doesn't seek applause to exist. It simply is. And when the timing aligns, surface, indifferent to their stories, unmoved by their denials. Their spiritual bankruptcy rings loud in their desperate reactions, defensive, paranoid, fronty. This is not regret. It's imbalance catching up, a soul out of integrity. Lost and unsure how to return, they traded alignment for control, peace for performance. The universe allowed this for a time, but time is not immunity. You weren't discarded for weakness. You were targeted because your presence shattered their illusion. You carried something unreplicable: spiritual clarity, inner alignment, authentic resonance. That kind of power unsettles those who dwell in darkness. They tried to dim your light because they could never match it. Now the karmic tide has turned. Their manipulations cost them peace. Their evasions corrode credibility. The very energy they spent trying to erase you returns, multiplied. This is no revenge, no cruelty. It's the quiet law of balance, restoring what was distorted. The universe needs no ragingly time. When time runs out, truth reigns. To the chosen, justice isn't something you seek, you embody it. Your survival is the imbalance correcting itself. Your clarity dismantles their fog. Your truth, once ignored, is the force shaking the foundations of their lies. What you feel is more than validation, it's restoration. The spiritual accounting has begun. Every soul measured not by words, but energy, not by image, but intention. That is the realm where truth dwells. Let it unfold. Let the imbalance correct. You don't have to lift a finger. You were the storm all along. They mistook silence for surrender. Now their fiction fades, and your light writes itself into the story they tried to erase forever. Romans 12:19 says, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." The universe executes justice with perfect timing. Mother Teresa, a beacon of compassion, once said, "Peace begins with a smile." Your peace is the calm after the storm, the stillness that unsettles falsehood. Jamal, a teacher in Lagos, who faced relentless opposition for advocating equality. His spirit was targeted but never extinguished. Today, his influence reshapes education and challenges old systems. Natural forces echo this truth. The ocean's tide doesn't rush or hesitate, it moves in rhythms beyond human control, shaping coastlines over time. Your spirit moves like the tide, inevitable and unstoppable. Number 9. The final shift has begun, not in silence, but in undeniable force. They mocked what they could not see, laughed at the idea that spiritual consequence might reach them, and carried themselves as if untouchable, invincible in their arrogance. But now the masks have fallen, the lies have been stripped away. The fake power they desperately clung to lies in tatters around them. The very forces they denied, ignored, and scorned are closing in. They hold up a mirror they cannot escape, reflection they refuse to face. Every ounce of energy they cast out into the world, every manipulation, every deceit, has returned, multiplied, and this time, it demands accountability. This shift is not just a change of who holds the microphone or commands attention. This is the collapse of a corrupt system, a fundamental rewriting of what power truly means. The old order is breaking, and something new, more authentic, is emerging. You were never dependent on their approval. You never needed their recognition to be chosen. And that was the truth they failed to grasp. Their efforts to destroy you only amplified your purpose. Their hatred only illuminated your light. They went to war believing they were fighting you. But what they truly confronted was the unstoppable current of the universe, an energy far greater than flesh and blood. And now, they are drowning in that current. This final shift is no longer a warning. It has arrived, and you remain standing stronger, wiser, and unstoppable. They tried to erase you, but in doing so, they revealed the very reason the universe chose you in the first place. Isaiah 54:17 proclaims, "No weapon forged against you will prevail." The weapons forged in darkness are powerless before the divine. Malcolm X, a fierce advocate for justice, declared, "The future belongs to those who prepare for it today." You have prepared now. The future is yours. Consider Layla, an activist from Beirut, who faced constant threats and attempts to silence her voice. Yet her persistence galvanized a movement that shook corrupt foundations and inspired a generation to rise. In nature, the tide does not ask permission to change the shore. It moves with certainty, reshaping what once seemed permanent. Your presence is that tide, inevitable and transformative. Have you felt the shift beneath your feet? Have you noticed how the old walls tremble before the new dawn? This is your moment. The universe's declaration that the final shift is here, and you are its herald. From the very beginning, they dug deep graves, hoping to bury you in silence and confusion. But the universe never loses sight of those it chooses. Their war was never just against you, but the force behind Yuan, unstoppable power forged by storms. The great accounting has now come due, and every lie, every plot, every whispered betrayal is logged and exposed. The trap they set for you has become their own stage of public unraveling. Where the false actors stumble and fall, the fire of truth burns without warning, melting away the masks and false performances they relied on. Disintegrate quietly but devastatingly, revealing a wildfire of reality that no fabrication can withstand. Their throne of lies crumbles under the weight of truth, with former allies retreating and the foundations of their empire collapsing. When the pieces connect, the mask shatters, and the pattern exposes their calculated campaign of destruction aimed solely at you. Voices rise, one by one, breaking the illusion and revealing a coordinated machine of betrayal. The spotlight now burns with a harsh light, ripping off curtains and exposing the raw mechanisms of deceit they relied on. The curtain falls, and the truth takes center stage, unmasked and undeniable, turning you from the villain to the mirror, reflecting their own rot. Attempts to erase your spirit failed, because the universe's design cannot be deleted. Your truth is the pulse of the story. Karmic gravity pulls back every energy they sent, forcing reckoning without rage, only balance restored. Their spiritual bankruptcy echoes in desperate defense, while you embody justice itself, the storm they mistook for silence. The final shift is here, not a warning, but an unstoppable force. They drown in the cosmic current they tried to fight, revealing why the universe chose you, as you stand stronger and wiser than ever. As we come to the end of this powerful journey together, take a moment to breathe in the truth that has been laid bare. Being chosen is never about ease or comfort. It is a sacred calling, a divine assignment that demands strength beyond measure, clarity in the midst of chaos, and unwavering faith when the world tries to shake you. Every challenge you faced, every moment you felt unseen or misunderstood, every silent tear shed in solitude, it was all preparing you for this moment of awakening. The universe has never forgotten you. It has been quietly weaving your victory into the fabric of time. And now that victory is breaking through like the dawn after the darkest night. You were never alone in this battle. The forces against you underestimated the power within you, the power that no darkness can extinguish, no lie can erase. Your spirit, forged in fire and refined by storms, shines brighter than ever. Your rise is not just inevitable, it is a testament to the unyielding strength that flows from the divine source that marked you from the beginning. If these words stirred something deep within your soul, I ask you to stand with us by liking this video and sharing it with those who need this message, those who are still walking through their own battles in silence, those who need to remember who they truly are. Your simple act of engagement is a light in the darkness, a signal to other chosen ones that they are not alone and that a collective awakening is happening right now. Drop a comment below to share your story, or simply write 777 if you feel the power of this truth resonate with you. Your voice matters here. It strengthens the community, it empowers others, and it helps spread this message far and wide. Make sure you subscribe and tap the notification bell to stay connected, because this journey of revelation and transformation is just beginning. And together, we will rise higher than ever before. To every soul who has supported this channel, whether through super thanks or through quiet presence, thank you from the depths of my heart. Your generosity, your faith, and your courage fuel this mission. You are the lifeblood of this movement, and your commitment is a testament to the power of unity among the chosen. May your spirit remain unbreakable, your truth be an unshakable force, and your path be bathed in the radiant light of divine purpose. May every shadow that once threatened to dim you be swept away by the unstoppable dawn rising within you. Keep standing tall. Keep shining your light. And know this, you are deeply loved, eternally protected, and infinitely blessed. Together, we are not just surviving, we are triumphing. Together, we are not just rising, we are soaring. And together, We are rewriting the story of what it means to be truly chosen. When God calls you to be a chosen one, it's more than just a title. It's a divine assignment that demands your full attention, obedience, and dedication. But here's the catch. The call of God often requires you to make sacrifices that others won't understand. It demands separation, even from those closest to you, your family and friends. Imagine being called to a higher purpose, yet finding yourself isolated from the very people who have known you your whole life. It sounds harsh, doesn't it? Yet, this is often the road that chosen ones must walk. But why is this necessary? Why must you walk away from your comfort zone, from those who have been your source of security? And how can you navigate the pain of leaving behind the ones you love to step into the destiny God has planned for you? Let's begin by looking at the story of Abraham. In Genesis 12:1, God commands him, saying, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." Abraham was not just asked to leave his home, but his entire familiar world. He was called to separate from everything he knew in order to fulfill God's plan for his life. But Abraham trusted God, and through his obedience, God made him the father of many nations. The separation wasn't just a physical act, it was an act of faith. God was refining him, preparing him for a future greater than he could imagine. But what about Jesus? Even Jesus, the Son of God, faced rejection and misunderstanding from his own family and town. In Mark 6:3, people referred to Jesus as the carpenter, the son of Mary, and they took offense at him. How could the Savior of the world, the Messiah, be the same man they'd seen grow up in their village? Jesus was not honored in his hometown because they couldn't see beyond his past. Jesus knew the call on his life was bigger than their expectations, so he chose to focus on his divine purpose rather than conform to their limited view of him. This is the challenge that many chosen ones face, walking away from the comfort of familiarity and embracing the uncomfortable truth that God's call often requires us to stand alone. But here's a question to consider. How many times have you felt misunderstood, even by those closest to you? Has the call of God in your life ever seemed too big for the people around you to grasp? Have you ever been told you were too much or too different because of the path God is calling you to? If so, you are not alone. This is exactly what God prepares you for, the moment when your purpose demands you to rise above the noise and follow Him, even when the people you love can't see what you see. As we dive deeper into the topic, we'll explore how God refines His chosen ones through separation, the sacrifices that come with it, and how the seemingly painful act of walking away from loved ones can be the very thing that leads you to your divine destiny. What if the separation is not a punishment, but a necessary step in your transformation? Can you trust that God's plan for you is far greater than anything your family and friends could offer? Stay with me, because the answers may be more profound than you ever imagined. As you reflect on this, ask yourself, are you ready to walk away from the familiar, even if it means walking alone? God is waiting for your answer. God's chosen ones, it's time to leave behind friends and family. As a chosen one, your divine assignment is a beacon that naturally draws attention. While some may celebrate your calling, others may react negatively, often driven by envy. Why does this happen? Envy arises when people compare their lives to yours and feel threatened by your progress. This emotion, left unchecked, can open the door for Satan to manipulate them as instruments of harm. This is why God, in His wisdom, often separates you from environments filled with such negativity. Have you noticed moments when relationships that once seemed solid suddenly falter as you step into your purpose? Could it be God's way of shielding you from unseen dangers? At the beginning of your journey, God reveals his intentions in subtle but profound ways. Often, he communicates through dreams, precious glimpses of the future he has prepared for you. These dreams are fragile, like seeds that need careful nurturing to grow. But in your excitement, you might share them prematurely with people who don't understand or support your vision. Instead of encouragement, they might plant doubt, telling you why your dreams are impossible. Their words, like thorns, can choke your confidence and leave you discouraged. The Bible reminds us of the fallen nature of the human heart in Jeremiah 17:9. The heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it? This deceit can lead people to act out of jealousy, even against those they claim to love. It is why God sometimes calls you to walk away from friends and family who harbor envy in their hearts. Envy, if left unchecked, can evolve into actions that sabotage your calling. The enemy who seeks to kill, steal, and destroy, John 10:10, capitalizes on envy to derail God's plans. Consider the story of Joseph, a prime example of this dynamic. Joseph, chosen by God for a monumental purpose, began to receive dreams of his future greatness as a young boy. He shared these dreams with his family, believing they would celebrate his calling. However, his brothers, consumed by jealousy, became hostile. Genesis 37 recounts their reaction. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. His brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of these cisterns and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." Genesis 37:4-5, 11-20. Imagine Joseph's confusion and pain. Those closest to him, his own brothers, plotted to destroy him. Yet, even amidst their schemes, God's hand was at work. Joseph's separation from his family was part of God's plan to position him for his destiny. If he had remained in that toxic environment, his dreams might never have come to fruition. God used the very rejection Joseph faced as a stepping stone to elevate him to the position of Prime Minister in Egypt. What does this mean for you? Like Joseph, your dreams are vulnerable in their early stages. Sharing them with the wrong people can lead to discouragement, or worse, derailment. Have you ever wondered why some people respond negatively when you share your vision? Their envy isn't just a reflection of their own insecurities, it can become a weapon the enemy wields against you. God, in his infinite wisdom, knows the importance of protecting your purpose. He may remove certain relationships or place you in situations where you feel isolated, not to harm you, but to safeguard your destiny. Psalm 91:3 assures us, "Surely he will save you from the fowler's snare and from the deadly pestilence." The question is, are you willing to trust him when he asks you to walk away from relationships that seem familiar but are not fruitful? Just as Joseph needed to leave behind his brothers to fulfill his calling, you too may need to let go of people who cannot support your journey. Remember, God's plans for you are too important to risk for the sake of comfort or familiarity. You must exercise discernment when deciding who to trust with the dreams God places in your heart. These dreams are not mere ideas. They are divine revelations, hints of the incredible plans God has in store for your life. By revealing these glimpses of your destiny, God seeks to inspire and guide you, offering reassurance that his hand is upon you. But dreams, much like seeds, are delicate. Without the proper environment to nurture them, they may never grow to their full potential. Have you ever considered how quickly doubt can take root when the wrong people are privy to your vision? The Bible offers countless examples of the dangers of sharing God's plans prematurely. Think about how Nehemiah carefully guarded the details of his vision to rebuild Jerusalem's walls. In Nehemiah 2:12 he says, "I set out during the night with a few others. I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem." Nehemiah understood that his mission was fragile, vulnerable to opposition and criticism. His wisdom in guarding his dream is a lesson for all of us. Not everyone around you is equipped to understand or support the calling on your life. When you share your dreams with those who harbor envy or lack faith, you risk subjecting them to unnecessary scrutiny. These individuals may unknowingly or intentionally become tools for the enemy, speaking discouragement or planting seeds of doubt in your mind. Their words may sound rational, even well-meaning, but their ultimate effect is to dissuade you from pursuing the path God has laid out for you. Have you ever encountered someone who, instead of celebrating your vision, pointed out every reason why it couldn't succeed? God, in His infinite wisdom, often intervenes to protect your dreams by separating you from people who could harm them. This may be a painful process, but it is necessary for your growth and success. Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Guarding your heart includes being cautious about the voices you allow to influence you. Consider Joseph's journey once more. His dreams of leadership were beautiful but vulnerable. When he shared them with his brothers, their envy turned to hostility, and they plotted against him. Imagine how differently his story might have unfolded if Joseph had kept his dreams between himself and God. Yet even in his youthful mistakes, God's plan prevailed, but not without trials. Joseph's story is a stark reminder. Not everyone around you has the capacity to celebrate or support what God is doing in your life. When God separates you from envious or doubtful individuals, it is His way of preserving the vision He has entrusted to you. Trust His process, even when it feels like isolation. Ask yourself, could God be removing certain people from your life to protect the delicate dreams He has planted within you? The plans God has for you are too significant to be hindered by negativity or doubt. Trust Him to surround you with those who will uplift and encourage you, aligning with His purpose for your life. In moments of uncertainty, remember Psalm 37:5. Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will do this. By committing your dreams to God and guarding them from those who may not understand, you create space for Him to nurture and bring them to fruition. Chosen ones, have you ever felt that the weight of your current circumstances is holding you back from becoming who God created you to be? Sometimes, the most significant transformations in life require a complete departure from the familiar. This is why God may separate you from your friends, family, and even the comfort of your surroundings, not as a punishment, but as a preparation for something greater. Consider Abraham, who stands as a powerful example of this principle. In Genesis 12:1, God instructed him, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." This command wasn't just about physical relocation, it was about spiritual renewal and alignment with God's purpose. Abraham's departure from everything he knew marked the beginning of a divine journey that would ultimately shape the course of history. How might your own willingness to leave behind the familiar unlock the extraordinary plans God has for your life? God often removes us from the environments that confine us because those places can limit our growth and perspective. It's easy to settle into routines and relationships that feel safe, but sometimes these very comforts become barriers to the destiny God has ordained for us. By separating you from what is familiar, God creates space for transformation. This process may feel unsettling, but it is essential. Have you noticed how the most profound growth in your life often occurs in seasons of discomfort? Abraham's story reveals another crucial aspect of separation, leaving behind those who cannot journey with you into the promise. When Abraham obeyed God's call, he initially brought Lot along, despite God's instruction to leave his family behind. However, this decision led to tension. Genesis 13:5-9 recounts the growing strife between their herders, which eventually forced Abraham to part ways with Lot. Abraham wisely said, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me. Let's part company. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left." Lot's departure wasn't merely a logistical decision, it was a divine necessity. After their separation, God revealed more of his promise to Abraham, saying in Genesis 13:14-15, "Look around from where you are. All the land that you see I will give to you and your offspring forever." This underscores an important truth. God often withholds revelation until we step away from relationships and circumstances that no longer serve his purpose for us. Could it be that the clarity you're seeking is on the other side of separation? The journey God calls you to is deeply personal. While it's tempting to bring others along, their presence may dilute or even derail the unique path God has designed for you. Remember, each individual has their own journey to walk, and your obedience to God's direction is not contingent on anyone else's approval or accompaniment. Separation can feel lonely, but it is a sacred invitation to draw closer to God. In leaving behind the familiar, you open yourself to new opportunities, perspectives, and blessings that only He can provide. This process purifies your heart and aligns your focus with His will. As 2 Corinthians 5:17 reminds us, "If anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone. The new is here." So, what are you holding on to that God may be asking you to release? Are there relationships, habits, or environments that He's calling you to leave behind so He can usher you into a new beginning? Trust that His plans are far greater than anything you could imagine. When you let go of the past, you make room for the future God has prepared for you. A future filled with promise, purpose, and His unending grace. God's call to leave friends, family, or familiar surroundings can be one of the most challenging tests of faith, but it often serves a divine purpose. He may ask you to walk away to protect you from unnecessary strife and contention. Conflict can cloud your mind, rob you of peace, and create openings for the enemy to interfere in your life. To preserve your focus and peace, God sometimes calls you to step away from relationships that could disrupt His work in you. This principle is beautifully illustrated in the life of Abraham. One of the most pivotal moments in his journey occurred after his separation from Lot. The tension between their herders was a distraction that could have jeopardized Abraham's mission. Genesis 13:14-15 recounts that it was only after Lot departed that God spoke to Abraham again, revealing greater promises. "Look around from where you are. All the land that you see I will give to you, and your offspring forever." Why did God wait for Lot to leave before making this covenant? It's because divine covenants are personal. God doesn't negotiate His promises with groups. He calls individuals. In these sacred moments, distractions and competing voices must be removed. Have you ever wondered if unresolved conflict or misplaced loyalties might be hindering you from hearing God's voice clearly? God's call for separation often precedes a season of renewal. He uses these moments to refresh your spirit, refine your character, and prepare you for the next phase of your journey. Abraham's separation from Lot wasn't just a physical parting, it was a spiritual reset. To fully embrace the new, he had to release the old. Could it be that God is asking you to let go of something today so that He can usher you into a season of greater blessings? Obedience was the cornerstone of Abraham's relationship with God. Genesis repeatedly shows us a man who not only heard God's voice, but acted on it without delay. When God instructed Abraham to leave his household, he didn't hesitate. Each act of obedience deepened their relationship and brought Abraham closer to fulfilling his destiny. In fact, Abraham's prompt actions demonstrated a loyalty and reverence that God valued deeply. Are you willing to follow God's instructions, even when they challenge your comfort zone? Abraham's journey shows us that new beginnings require submission. God doesn't call us into the unknown to abandon us. He calls us to walk alongside him. Separation from strife, distractions, and toxic relationships clears the path for his voice to be heard more clearly. It positions us to experience his faithfulness in ways we could never imagine. As Isaiah 43:18-19 reminds us, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I'm doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I'm making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland." Abraham's obedience allowed him to perceive the new thing God was doing. How about you? What old things might you need to leave behind to perceive the newness God has for you? Through separation, God builds our faith, sharpens our focus, and deepens our trust in him. Like Abraham, we are called to take bold steps of faith, trusting that God's promises are worth every sacrifice. So, if God is asking you to walk away from something or someone today, trust that his plans for you are good and that his promises will always stand. Will you take that step of faith and trust him for a new beginning? Spiritual alignment with the seasons of your life is essential for fulfilling God's purpose for you. Recognizing when certain relationships or situations have served their purpose is a critical part of walking with him. Not everyone is destined to accompany you on your journey. While letting go can be deeply painful, clinging to people whom God is asking you to release will only hinder your progress. Like Abraham, you must develop the sensitivity to discern when it's time to part ways. When discord arises and reconciliation is not God's will, he often uses it as a signal for separation. Abraham's decision to separate from Lot is a profound example of this. Despite the close relationship they shared, Abraham released Lot without conflict or resistance. This peaceful separation demonstrates that parting ways does not have to involve hostility. It can be done with grace and wisdom, trusting that God is orchestrating the change. Have you ever resisted God's call to let someone go because you weren't ready? The longer we cling to relationships that have reached their divine expiration date, the more we risk delaying God's plans for our lives. Painful as it may be, the separation is part of God's refining process. The season of refinement often begins with separation. Much like a craftsman carefully selects raw materials, God chooses his vessels for a greater purpose. Imagine a pile of raw materials, some useful, some not. The craftsman discerns the material's potential and sets apart what is needed for the work ahead. In a similar way, God separates us from influences that could contaminate his work within us. Matthew 3:12 paints a vivid picture of this refining process. His winnowing fork is in his hand, and he will clear his threshing floor, gathering his wheat into the barn and burning up the chaff with unquenchable fire. The winnowing fork symbolizes the process of sifting and separating, ensuring that what is valuable is preserved while the chaff, the impurities, is burned away. This is not a gentle process, but it is necessary for transformation. Can you see how God might be using separation in your life to refine you for his purposes? When God sets you apart, it is because he sees your potential, even in your unrefined state. He knows the beauty and purpose within you that others might overlook. But to reveal this, he must remove the impurities. This cleansing process, though uncomfortable, is a mark of his intentionality and care. Have you ever thought about the impurities God might be working to remove in your life right now? Separation and refinement are not punishments. They are acts of preparation. The vessels God uses must undergo cleansing so they can serve their divine purpose. 2 Timothy 2:21 reminds us, "Those who cleanse themselves from the latter will be instruments for special purposes, made holy, useful to the master, and prepared to do any good work." The process is not easy, but the result is a life ready to glorify God. As you navigate seasons of separation, trust in God's sovereignty. He knows what lies ahead and what you need to fulfill your calling. Remember, letting go is not just about what you're leaving behind. It's about what you're stepping into. Just as Abraham's obedience positioned him for God's covenant, your willingness to release will prepare you for greater blessings. Will you trust God's hand in the refining process and embrace the work He is doing in your life? Now, when God refines you, you automatically take a new form. God gives you a new identity, and you become ready to fulfill His purpose. Along with the change of state comes separation. You cannot go back to your crude state after refinement. To ensure this, He separates you before refinement, so you can accept your new state as home and not long for the old. What God does during refinement is confirmation. He takes you through processes that build and tailor you to His purpose. Malachi 3:2-4 says, "For he will be like a refiner's fire or a launderer's soap. He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the Levites and refine them like gold and silver. Then the Lord will have men who will bring offerings in righteousness, and the offerings of Judah and Jerusalem will be acceptable to the Lord, as in days gone by, as in former years." Refinement happens so that you can serve the purpose of your Maker. The call of the chosen one is an awakening to become consecrated unto God. God cannot efficiently use you if He does not work on you through processing. He gets the best of your life when He makes you part ways with everyone who would take you back to your former state. God also separates you before He sends you on your assignment. Luke 4 reveals a profound truth about the journey of those chosen by God. Before Jesus began His earthly ministry, the Holy Spirit led Him into the wilderness, a place of solitude and refinement. For 40 days and nights, Jesus was separated from His family, friends, and all sources of comfort. In this wilderness, He faced intense temptations from the devil, yet the Holy Spirit strengthened Him to overcome every trial. This season of isolation wasn't just about testing, it was about preparation. Through the refining process, Jesus emerged with clarity, power, and a deep spiritual authority, ready to fulfill His divine mission. The same pattern is evident in the life of Joseph. Sold by his brothers and taken to a foreign land, Joseph found himself completely isolated from his family and everything familiar. Yet it was in Egypt, during his moments of solitude and struggle, that Joseph grew closer to God. His gift of interpreting dreams blossomed, his faith deepened, and his character was strengthened. He learned dependence on God in isolation, a preparation that eventually elevated him to a position of great influence and purpose. What do these stories teach us? Isolation is not abandonment, it is alignment. God often calls His chosen ones to step away from comfort, to refine and equip them for greater purposes. Just as gold undergoes an intense purification process, exposed to high temperatures to remove impurities, God uses challenging conditions to transform us. This process is neither easy nor comfortable, but the result is a life that shines with divine purpose and value. Can you see how your current challenges might be part of God's refining work in your life? Your family and friends often symbolize comfort, familiarity, and protection. But refinement demands a step away from these comforts. When God is preparing you for something extraordinary, He may ask you to release what feels safe and embrace the discomfort of isolation. This is not because he wants to harm you, but because transformation rarely happens in places of ease. Have you ever wondered why the most meaningful growth in your life often comes from the most challenging seasons? Many times, the instructions God gives you during this consecration process will seem incomprehensible to others. They may question your decisions, criticize your sacrifices, or fail to understand why you are stepping away from what seems good and familiar. But their misunderstanding is proof that they are not on the same journey. When Jesus explained the cost of discipleship to his followers in Matthew 16, he said, "Whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me." Matthew 16:24. This was a call to let go of personal comfort, embrace sacrifice, and follow God's lead wholeheartedly. Are you willing to deny yourself, take up your cross, and walk the path of refinement God has set for you? Being chosen means being set apart, and being set apart often requires separation. God's plan for your life is unique, and not everyone will understand it. Like Jesus in the wilderness or Joseph in Egypt, your season of isolation is not a punishment, but a preparation. It is where God sharpens your gifts, deepens your faith, and molds you into a vessel for His glory. As you journey through this process, trust in God's purpose. He knows the end from the beginning and sees the beauty on the other side of your struggle. Remember, the wilderness is not the end. It is the training ground for the promise. Will you allow God to refine you, even when it means stepping away from comfort and enduring the heat of transformation? As a chosen one, your focus is a prized possession. God works diligently to guard your mind and heart, keeping you anchored to the task ahead. This is because God never reveals small, inconsequential plans. When He begins to communicate His purpose, the enormity of the vision can feel overwhelming. Consider Moses, who felt unworthy and unprepared when God called him to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. His fear and hesitation remind us why encouragement and the right support systems are essential for the chosen ones. Have you ever felt the weight of your calling and wondered how you could possibly rise to it? One of the most significant challenges for the chosen is dealing with the doubt and dismissal of those closest to them. Familiarity often blinds friends and family to the greatness of God's purpose in your life. They may underestimate you, not because of malice, but because they cannot reconcile the person they've known with the enormity of the divine assignment. This dismissal can lead to discouragement and distraction, which is why God often calls His chosen to separate themselves from such environments. Even Jesus experienced this. In His hometown, He was viewed through the lens of familiarity as Joseph's son, a carpenter, a brother among siblings. Their inability to see beyond the ordinary hindered their faith, and because of their unbelief, Jesus could not perform the miracles He longed to. Mark 6:46 records this moment poignantly. A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives, and in his own home. He could not do any miracles there except lay his hands on a few sick people and heal them. He was amazed at their lack of faith. Even the Messiah himself faced rejection from those who should have celebrated him. Can you see how your own journey might mirror his? How often have you felt unseen or underestimated by those who know you best? When God sees that the people around you are diminishing His purpose in your life, He steps in. He creates a divine separation, not as a punishment, but as protection. Like a gardener pruning a vine, He removes the branches that would hinder your growth, preparing you to bear much fruit. This separation isn't about rejection, it's about redirection. God moves you toward those who will receive the anointing He has placed in you, people who are hungry for the gifts He has entrusted to you. This was evident in Jesus' ministry. Though he came first to the Jews, many rejected him. Their hearts were hardened, and their expectations of the Messiah blinded them to the truth standing before them. So, Jesus turned to those willing to listen, Gentiles, sinners, and outcasts. His message spread like wildfire, transforming lives and fulfilling God's plan. In the same way, God will align you with people who are ready to embrace the power and purpose He has placed in you. They will affirm your calling and serve as a testament to the rightness of your path. Over time, even those who doubted you will come to recognize the hand of God in your life. They will see the manifestation of your calling and acknowledge what they once dismissed. This revelation often comes after you've stepped fully into your purpose, and by then you'll understand why God needed you to separate from them. Their earlier unbelief was not just a reflection of their hearts, but a potential stumbling block to your journey. If you had stayed, doubt could have taken root, undermining your faith and progress. So, in His infinite wisdom, God removed you from the environment that could stifle your growth. Think about this. How might God be pruning your life right now? What relationships or situations is He asking you to release so you can move into the fullness of His plan? Trust His guidance, even when the separation feels painful. Like Moses, Joseph, and even Jesus, you are being prepared for something far greater than the present moment reveals. Hold fast to the promise that God's plans for you are good, and that every step, every separation is leading you closer to your divine destiny. Beloved, the call to serve God is not a light matter. It is both a privilege and a profound responsibility. When God singles you out as one of His chosen ones, it is an invitation to live a life that is set apart, sacred, and impactful. This calling places you in a position where you no longer live for yourself, but for the fulfillment of God's divine purpose. The question is, are you ready to embrace the magnitude of this call? Accepting God's purpose for your life brings clarity to the journey. It allows you to walk with confidence and conviction, knowing that your steps are ordered by Him. However, this call demands more than a simple yes. It requires total surrender of your spirit, soul, and body. Remember what the Apostle Paul said in Romans 12:1. Present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. God cannot work through a vessel that is unclean or unwilling. The work of His kingdom is holy, and so must be the one He chooses to accomplish it. Will you yield completely, trusting that God's plans for you exceed anything you could imagine? Isolation is a recurring theme in the journey of the chosen ones. These seasons may feel like abandonment, but they are divine appointments for growth, refinement, and preparation. Just as gold is purified in fire, so too must you endure the heat of separation to emerge as a vessel worthy of God's extraordinary plans. Do not be discouraged when God calls you to leave behind familiar people or places. He never takes without replacing abundantly. God brought Aaron to walk alongside Moses, Joshua to support and succeed him, and loyal disciples to follow Jesus. Even in solitude, God raises destiny helpers to shoulder the burden with you. Have you noticed how God sends the right people at the perfect time? Look at the story of David and Jonathan. Although David was estranged from his family, God gave him a friend who honored and supported him, even at great personal cost. Or consider Elisha, who left his family to follow Elijah. Though his obedience required separation, it led to the double portion of Elijah's anointing. These examples remind us that separation is not loss, but alignment with God's greater plan. Could it be that God is asking you to trust Him enough to let go of what you know, so He can give you what you need? Jesus' words in Matthew 10 are sobering yet transformative. Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. These words are not a call to neglect family, but an invitation to prioritize God's purpose above all else. The chosen must carry their cross, understanding that love for God must reign supreme. This sacrificial love is the foundation of your calling. Just as Jesus laid down his life, so too must you lay down yours, not in loss, but in exchange for a higher purpose. Can you see the beauty in surrendering everything to the one who's already given you everything? When Elijah cast his mantle upon Elisha, it marked the beginning of a new chapter. Elisha immediately left his family, understanding that his calling required obedience without delay. God honored his sacrifice by making him one of the most impactful prophets in history. This narrative underscores a profound truth. God is intentional about replacing what you lose for his sake. The relationships you leave behind will be replaced with those that propel you forward in your assignment. The key is stepping out in faith and obedience. Beloved, answering God's call is not just a choice, it is a test of your love and devotion. The sacrifices you make are not in vain, they are investments in eternity. Trust that God will provide every resource, relationship, and opportunity you need to fulfill your destiny. Let today be the day you say yes without reservation. Your obedience will unlock the fullness of God's purpose for your life. Will you answer the call? Let us pray. Amen. Father, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for your guidance and love. We thank you for choosing us, for calling us to a higher purpose, and for the strength you provide as we navigate the challenges of this journey. You are our refuge, our help, and our constant companion. Lord, we lift up our hearts to you in prayer, asking for your mercy and grace as we embrace the path you have laid before us. We consecrate ourselves to you, offering our lives as vessels willing to be used for your glory. We trust in your power to purify us, to keep us clean and holy, and to help us remain steadfast in our faith. We seek your wisdom and discernment, Father. Show us how to separate from anything that pulls us away from your presence. Teach us to live in a way that honors you and to follow the path you have prepared for us. May your Holy Spirit guide us every step of the way, bringing us clarity and understanding. In moments of isolation and difficulty, help us to remember that we are never truly alone. You are always with us, strengthening and comforting us. Give us the courage to walk in obedience, even when the journey feels uncertain, and to trust that your plan for our lives is perfect. Empower us to embrace the unique calling you've placed on our lives, knowing that you have chosen us for such a time as this. We ask for your help in building relationships that will strengthen our faith and lead us closer to your will. Give us the discernment to know when to walk away and when to stay, and teach us to navigate those transitions with grace and peace. Father, we know that you are a good Father, and we trust in your timing, your plan, and your love. Thank you for hearing our prayers. We walk in confidence, knowing that you will lead us through every season of life. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. The journey of a chosen one is never an easy one, and the path to fulfilling God's divine purpose often involves a hard decision. The decision to walk away from the familiar, from those who have always been by your side, in order to follow the higher calling that God has placed upon your life. But remember this is not a rejection of your loved ones, but rather a step toward a greater destiny. Just as Abraham trusted God and walked away from his past to become the father of nations, and just as Jesus chose to fulfill his mission despite the rejection of his own people, so too must you trust that God's plan for you is far greater than what any earthly relationship can offer. When God calls you, he does not call you to stay in a place of comfort. He calls you to step out, to rise above the distractions, and to walk in the fullness of what He has created you to be. The people around you may not understand. They may question your choices. But remember, God has chosen you for a reason. Your purpose is bigger than the opinions of others. The isolation you may feel today is simply the preparation for the greatness God has in store for you tomorrow. He will never leave you in your loneliness, but will equip you with the strength, courage, and clarity to fulfill your calling. So, I urge you today to embrace the call, even if it means stepping away from what is comfortable. Know that you are not walking alone. God is with you, guiding every step, and He will bring the right people into your life at the right time. Those who will walk with you in your purpose, just as He sent Aaron to Moses and the disciples to Jesus. As you move forward, remember, the cost of following God may involve sacrifice, but the reward is immeasurable. The world may not understand, but your faithfulness will position you to impact lives in ways that will make your journey worth every step. You are chosen for a purpose beyond your imagination. Trust Him, obey Him, and walk boldly in the path He has set before you. The best is yet to come. Let us hold firm in our faith, knowing that the sacrifice of walking away from the familiar is only a temporary step, leading to an eternal destiny that only God can see. Keep your eyes on Him, trust in His plan, and never forget, you are chosen and you are never truly alone. God bless you as you walk in your calling. There's a silence in your heart that no one else in your family seems to hear, a fire in your soul that burns a little brighter, even when the world around you grows cold. And sometimes you wonder, why does no one else feel this way? Why am I the only one carrying this weight, this longing, this sense of something more? You laugh with them, but your laughter feels borrowed. You speak your truth, but it echoes in rooms where no one's listening. You cry in silence because they wouldn't understand, even if you tried to explain. It's like you were born into a family, but not into belonging. And here's the sacred truth they never taught you. You were not born to fit in. You were born to awaken. You were planted in that family, not for comfort, but for transformation. You are not the outcast. You are the catalyst. God never chooses the entire crowd. He chooses the one who can see the cracks in the foundation and isn't afraid to rebuild, the one who breaks generational curses while carrying emotional bruises no one even notices, the one who feels called to something bigger, even when it doesn't make sense. Maybe you've always been told you're too sensitive, too serious, too spiritual, too much. But what if everything they said was too much is exactly what God needed in a chosen one? Can you feel that truth stirring in your soul right now? If this message is reaching you today, it's not by chance. It's divine timing. It's because your spirit is ready to remember what your mind has been trying to forget. You were set apart for a holy purpose. And yes, that often means being the only one in your family who feels the pull, hears the call, and chooses to answer. In every generation, God selects a single vessel, someone bold enough to carry the light when darkness has become tradition. Think of Abraham, who left everything familiar to follow God. Think of Joseph, rejected by his brothers, but chosen to save them. Think of Esther, raised in exile, but born for such a time as this. God doesn't choose randomly, He chooses intentionally, and His choice often lands on the most unlikely one in the family, the one who doesn't blend in because they're meant to stand out. So if your spirit is already resonating with this, if your heart is racing and your eyes are welling up for reasons you can't explain, take a moment right now and comment 777, a sign of spiritual completion and divine calling. Let the world know, I'm one of the ones. And to every beautiful soul who has supported this mission with a super thanks, I see you, I honor you, and I thank you deeply. You are helping us reach those who feel lost, those who feel forgotten, those who were born to rise. Now, stay with me, because in the next moments, we're going to unlock one of the deepest spiritual mysteries. Why does God choose only one per family? Why do you carry the weight, the vision, the voice, while the rest seem untouched? Could it be that your life is not just a story, but a spiritual assignment? Let's go deeper together. The answers you've been carrying in your heart are about to come into the light. God's chosen ones. Why does God choose only one per family? Let's be honest. The moment you began to understand you were chosen, it didn't feel like a divine reward. It felt like a quiet kind of war, one no one around you could see, yet it thundered inside you every single day. You weren't just burdened with your own struggles. You were carrying wounds your family never had the strength to face, pain inherited through silence, denial, and fear. Why does it always seem like the chosen one suffers the most? Could it be because you were sent to break what others bowed to? You walk into rooms and the atmosphere shifts. Eyes don't meet yours the same. Conversations feel slightly altered, and deep down, you know why. You see through masks. You hear what goes unsaid. You carry discernment, not because you sought it, but because you were born with it. The spiritual patterns that have enslaved your bloodline for generations. You didn't just notice them, you felt them. And somehow, you've always known the end with you. This wasn't about strength. It was about willingness. God chose you, not because you were the most powerful, but because you were the most available. When everyone else ran from the truth, you stayed. When others avoided conflict, you leaned in. You were willing to lose peace temporarily in order to establish peace permanently. Isn't that exactly what Jesus did? In Isaiah 6:8, God asked, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" And the answer came from one willing soul. "Here I am, send me." Can you see now? That has always been you, even when you didn't speak it aloud. You've forgiven people who never repented. You've offered love in homes that never taught how to receive it. You've broken behaviors that felt eternal, and you did it all silently without applause. No one claps when you kill a demon your family made peace with. No one celebrates when you say no more to the curse they called normal. But heaven does. The throne room records every unseen battle you've won. Matthew 5:10 reminds you, "Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Could your suffering be a sign of the spiritual authority you're stepping into? Think of Joseph, betrayed by blood, sold by brothers, forgotten in prison. Yet in Genesis 50:20, he said to them, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Do you see the parallel? What if your rejection was God's redirection? What if the betrayal was a bridge? Even today, people like Malala Yousafzai, shot for seeking education, rose not in bitterness, but purpose. She became the youngest Nobel Peace Prize laureate. She once said, "When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful." And in your case, that voice is yours. So ask yourself gently, what if your pain is prophecy? What if every silent tear watered the ground for a harvest you haven't even seen yet? Could this ache be the evidence that you're not being punished but positioned? Romans 8:18 offers this promise. "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." And 2 Corinthians 4:17 echoes, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." When no one noticed your sacrifice, he did. When no one praised your growth, he celebrated it. Because you were never meant to be applauded by the crowd. You were meant to be approved by the throne. If you feel like the only one in your family waking up, healing, and seeing, There's a reason. There's always only one per generation bold enough to bear what others ignored. And if you've made it this far, could it be because you were always the one? That isolation you've been enduring, those seasons when even your shadow seemed like your only companion, weren't punishment. They were preparation. That silence wasn't neglect. It was God pulling you aside to sharpen you in sacred solitude. He wasn't ignoring you. He was shaping you. Because some weapons are too precise to be forged in noise. And you were always meant to cut through darkness, not blend in with it. Those delays, the ones that made you question whether you missed your moment, those weren't detours. They were divine alignments. God was rearranging timelines, removing counterfeits, recalibrating your soul for something far bigger than your comfort. Ecclesiastes 3:11 reminds us, He has made everything beautiful in its time. Can you sense that even your waiting was woven into God's perfect design? The tension you constantly feel, the weight pressing on your chest when everyone else seems carefree, that's not anxiety, that's destiny resting on your shoulders. Others were permitted to stay comfortable in chaos. You were called to rise through it. Why? Because when God entrusts someone with oil, true anointing, He also allows them to feel the pressing, the crushing, the breaking. Just like olives must be crushed to produce oil, your spirit was pressed so it could carry presence. That's the part others don't see. They admire your strength but overlook your scars. They see the light in your eyes but never knew how many nights you cried in the dark, whispering prayers like, God, take this calling away from me. But He didn't. Not because He wanted you to suffer, but because He knew you wouldn't quit. He trusted you with weight others couldn't carry. Have you ever wondered why your emotions run so deep? Why you cry over things no one else even notices? Why even in moments of joy, there's a whisper of heaviness following you? Could it be because you're not just living for yourself? You're carrying generations, healing what your ancestors couldn't, preparing what your descendants will walk into. You are the bridge between what was and what must come. You are the wall that stops the spiritual invasions that plagued your bloodline. You are the first of your kind, the pioneer soul God raised up in this season for a reason. Jeremiah 1:5 declares, Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Doesn't that stir something in you? A reminder that your identity was never an accident, but an assignment. And maybe no one ever told you this before, but the burden you've been carrying, the tears you've swallowed, the aching in your chest that you couldn't name, none of it was the end of your story. It was the beginning of a holy awakening, the moment your soul started to remember who it really is, chosen, separated, sent. Do you know the story of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who stood against the Nazi regime at the cost of his own life? Before his execution, he said, When Christ calls a man, he bids him come and die. Yet, Bonhoeffer didn't die in despair. He died in purpose. And like you, he understood. This journey was never about surviving. It was about transforming everything it touches. You were never called to carry the weight so you could endure it alone. You were called to carry it because every step you take with it rewrites the story for those who come after. Every tear you shed waters the soil for someone else's freedom. Every battle you fight in silence breaks the chains for someone you may never meet. And in the next few minutes, everything is about to shift. You're going to see why this calling, this burden, this fire in your bones, was never about pain. It was always about transformation, about becoming a vessel of change so powerful that everything that touches you is made new. Stay close. What you're about to hear next might finally give clarity to the deepest part of your story, the part you've lived through but never fully understood. Let's talk about something most people avoid at all costs: divine isolation. Not ordinary loneliness, which passes with a phone call or a hug, but that sacred, haunting kind of separation that comes directly from God. It's the holy space where everything you once found comfort in begins to disappear, where your favorite voices grow silent, where even the faces you've known your entire life seem distant and unfamiliar. You stand in the center of your family, your community, your circle, but no one really sees you. They look at your face but miss your soul. Does that sound like your story? You arrive with a heart full of love, ready to give, ready to build bridges, and they answer with silence. You speak truth, not out of arrogance, but from discernment and love, and they label it defiance. You share your light, and somehow your brightness offends their shadows. Why is it that the more you evolve, the more isolated you become? The answer is hidden in Scripture. In Mark 6:4, Jesus said, "A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives and in his own home." Even Jesus, the Son of God, was rejected by those who knew him best. Isn't it astonishing that the same people who watched you grow up often become the ones who cannot accept who you're becoming? That's because divine isolation is not about rejection, it's about revelation. God isn't punishing you by pulling people away. He's preparing you by pulling you apart. In the silence, you stop depending on others to affirm your identity. In the stillness, you finally hear his voice louder than theirs. Could it be that isolation is the cocoon in which God hides his chosen before he reveals them? Remember the story of Elijah. After calling down fire from heaven, he fled into the wilderness, alone, exhausted, desperate. But it was in that cave, in the solitude, where God whispered to him, not through fire or wind, but in a still small voice. 1 Kings 19:11-12. Are you in that cave right now, feeling forgotten, but actually being found? Even outside the Bible, this pattern appears. Frida Kahlo, the famous Mexican painter, spent much of her life confined to a bed due to chronic illness. Her isolation wasn't chosen, but it birthed world-changing art. She once wrote, "I paint myself because I'm so often alone and because I am the subject I know best." Could your divine isolation be the furnace forming something immortal within you? You were never meant to blend in. That's why comfort had to leave. That's why the familiar had to fade. Because chosen ones don't rise in crowds. They rise in deserts. You were separated so you could be sanctified. And yes, the silence hurts. Yes, the distance stings. But what if this silence is a sacred invitation? What if those who misunderstand you are part of the pruning, and the empty space they leave is where God builds his throne? John 15:2 says, "He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so that it will be even more fruitful." Maybe the disconnect wasn't a breakdown. Maybe it was a breakthrough. So as you walk this lonely road, remember, you're not being exiled. You're being elevated. You're not invisible. You're being hidden for a reason, for a season, for divine revelation. And when the time is right, your unveiling will leave no doubt about who sent you. But listen closely now. This part is important. You haven't been abandoned. You've been set apart. There's a sacred difference. Abandonment leaves you empty, but divine separation, that is God's way of consecrating you. Because chosen ones are never meant to be planted in the crowd. They're pulled out of it, not to isolate you in pain, but to anoint you in purpose. You move differently. You speak in ways that pierce deeper. You see things no one else in your family line has dared to look at, not because you're better, but because you're built for something beyond the boundaries they've accepted as normal. You don't fit in because you're meant to stand apart. You're not here to follow inherited dysfunction. You're here to dismantle it. Isn't that why you've always felt like the outsider, even among your own people? Why peace for you never came from blending in, but from breaking through? You carry a heavenly assignment, so earthly approval will always be scarce. You can't expect those tied to comfort to celebrate your calling. As Jesus himself said in Mark 6:4, "A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives and in his own home." If even the Son of God faced dishonor in his own house, why would you expect the journey of the chosen to come with applause? Think of Joseph. God gave him a vision of royalty. He saw his future in dreams long before anyone else believed in him. And how did his own brothers respond? Not with celebration, but betrayal. They didn't despise him because he was weak. They threw him in a pit because they could sense the crown before it ever touched his head. Genesis 37 tells us plainly, they hated him all the more because of his dreams and what he had said. Have you ever felt hated, not for what you've done, but for who you're becoming? That's divine isolation. It's not cruelty, it's God's strategy. He's removing you from the noise, from the cycles, from the distractions that once defined your identity. Why? So he can whisper what can't be spoken in chaos. He's taking you out of patterns and into preparation, because what he's about to do with your life cannot be built on shallow foundations. Before God elevates you publicly, he always hides you privately. Think of David. Before he ever faced Goliath, he was alone in the fields tending sheep. No stage, no crowd, just the sound of nature, the weight of a sling, and the presence of God. That field was not obscurity, it was preparation for kingship. Could it be that your hidden season is not a delay, but a divine setup? Even in our modern world, some of the most impactful voices rose from seasons of isolation. Martin Luther King Jr., a preacher and prophet for justice, often withdrew in silence to seek clarity before every major movement he led. He once said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." And isn't that your life? Standing where few dare to stand, between what is and what must be. So, yes, you may be hidden now, misunderstood, pushed away by those who can't comprehend the size of your anointing. But what if this is the very sign that God is preparing something no one else can carry but you? What if the separation was never about rejection, but about protection, because you weren't created to echo the voices around you? You were chosen to be a voice in the wilderness, and when the time is right, your emergence will not require validation, it will demand recognition. Think about it for a moment. The butterfly does not grow its wings in the wind, under applause, or in front of an audience. It develops in silence, in darkness, in a cocoon that looks lifeless to the outside world. No one cheers for the transformation because no one can see it happening. And maybe that's exactly where you are now, in your own spiritual cocoon, hidden, misunderstood, slowly becoming something unrecognizable, even to yourself. Have you been feeling like no one gets you lately? That the more you grow, the more others pull away? Do you find yourself asking why certain doors suddenly closed without warning? Why friendships that once felt eternal now echo with silence? Why even your family, the ones who should know your heart, now look at you as if you're a stranger? Pause right there. This isn't punishment. This is positioning. You're not losing people. You're losing access to what can't follow you into your next chapter. The cocoon is not a grave. It's a holy hallway. A sacred space between the past you're shedding and the future God is shaping. That silence surrounding you, it's not abandonment. It's the very atmosphere in which God does his most masterful work. Away from the noise, away from the spotlight, with no likes, no comments, no affirmations, but with eternal purpose. Isaiah 45:3 says, "I will give you hidden treasures, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord." Could it be that this hidden place is the very place God is unlocking your true inheritance? Because here's the secret the world rarely tells you. The higher the calling, the deeper the separation. The louder your destiny, the quieter your preparation. God doesn't craft chosen vessels in crowds. He forges them in deserts. And perhaps that's why you've been walking through your own wilderness lately. Everything around you feels silent. You feel unseen, unheard, forgotten. But heaven hasn't forgotten you. It's forming you. God is not ignoring your cries. He's using the silence to strip away everything shallow so that you emerge clothed in eternal depth. Look at Moses. Before he ever stood before Pharaoh, before he ever led the Israelites through the Red Sea, he spent 40 years hidden in Midian, far from palaces, far from recognition. Why? Because God was forming a leader who could carry freedom. Exodus 3:4 reminds us that God didn't speak to Moses in a crowd. He waited until Moses was alone at a burning bush. In modern times, consider the journey of J.K. Rowling, a single mother on welfare who felt invisible and rejected by publishers before the world knew the name Harry Potter. She once said, "Rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life." What if your current silence isn't emptiness, but the foundation for something the world has never seen before? You're not in a delay. You're in divine design. God is crafting something so rare, so needed, so holy through you that it couldn't be done in public. It had to be done in privacy, because some anointings are too precious to be exposed too early. And when the time comes, and it will, the cocoon will break. The wilderness will end. The pit will turn into a throne. Just like Joseph's prison became a palace in one day, your story will shift when God decides the time is right. And when it happens, the same people who doubted you, dismissed you, and distanced themselves from you, they won't be able to look away from what God does with your life. So, hold still, chosen one. Something eternal is unfolding, and the silence you're in now, it's not the absence of God, it's the sound of heaven working in secret. But before that moment arrives, before the doors open, before the elevation comes, before your story shifts in front of everyone's eyes, there's one more truth you need to grasp, one more divine layer to your identity that explains so much of what you've silently carried. It's something most people overlook, yet it's the very reason why you feel everything so deeply, why your emotions run like rivers beneath your skin, why your soul seems to ache in rooms where others feel nothing. You weren't made to be numb. You were made to be sensitive, but not in a worldly, fragile way, in a divine, prophetic way. Your heart wasn't designed for surface-level existence. It was crafted to carry depth, intercession, revelation, and mercy. While others can laugh off pain, you carry it in prayer. While others turn away, you lean in. Why? Because your heart was wired by God to carry burdens before others even recognize they exist. Romans 8:26 tells us, "The Spirit Himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words." Could it be that your soul has been groaning with the Spirit all along? That what others call too emotional is actually a spiritual radar tuned to heaven's frequency. And perhaps you've never been told this before, but your ability to feel intensely, profoundly, spiritually is not a flaw. It's a signal, a clue, a divine whisper about the gift buried inside you, a gift that may have been dormant, misunderstood, or even rejected until now. Because what we're about to uncover next has the power to awaken something inside of you that's been waiting for this very moment. A calling, a mantle, a spiritual authority that has always been there, just beneath the surface, waiting for you to remember. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you feel it rise in you, your life will never be the same. Keep watching. What comes next might be the very revelation your heart has been waiting for. Have you ever felt like you're carrying a kind of awareness that no one around you even senses? Like you're tuned into a frequency that doesn't match the room you're standing in. While others laugh freely, your spirit weeps quietly. While they're entertained by distractions, your soul is drawn to something deeper, more eternal. And late at night, while the house sleeps peacefully, you lie awake, not in fear, but with a knowing, a spiritual alertness, a divine tension that keeps tugging at your heart. What is that? And why do you feel it when no one else seems to? It's not paranoia, it's perception. And it wasn't learned, it was given, because while they sleep through what looks like peace, you sense something is off in the atmosphere, something unspoken in your family, something spiritual beneath the surface. You feel it in the walls, in the tone of their voices, in the sighs that try to hide what words won't say. This is what it means to live with a heightened sense, a spiritual sensitivity not given to everyone. Every word weighs more in your ears. Every glance feels charged. Even silence speaks volumes, and you hear it all. Does it ever make you wonder why you were designed to be this deeply attuned? Why you feel like a lightning rod in your own home? 1 Corinthians 2:14 says, "The person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, but considers them foolish. But the person with the Spirit makes judgments about all things." What you're sensing is not imagined, it's spiritual. You're not emotionally fragile, you're spiritually aware. And that awareness runs so deep that you notice things no one else is even looking for. You see how your sister's smile never quite reaches her eyes. You catch the hesitation in your father's voice when he says, "I'm fine." You pick up on the quiet tension between your parents, even when they insist nothing is wrong. You feel the fractures in your family's foundation, cracks that others have learned to ignore, but you cannot unsee. Why? Because you were never called to be blind to brokenness. You were called to heal it. This is the cost of being chosen, to feel what others bury, to discern what others dismiss. You live in a constant awareness that there's a storm building, even when everyone else sees blue skies. That's not a burden, it's a sign. God has marked you as a watchman, a spiritual intercessor, a carrier of unseen truths. Like the prophet Jeremiah, who said in Jeremiah 20 verse 9, "His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I cannot hold it in." You feel what you feel because you're designed to carry what others can't. And in modern times, even people like Maya Angelou, poet, survivor, and truth-teller, spoke about this kind of sensitivity. She said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." You know that agony well, don't you? That deep ache of feeling too much and saying too little. That internal fire to speak what others refuse to hear. So if you've ever questioned why you feel more, sense more, carry more, it's because you were created for more. You're not broken, you're equipped, and your gift of spiritual discernment is not a curse. It's a compass, one that's guiding you toward the role you were always meant to play, the one who stands in the gap, the one who intercedes, the one who sees what's hiding in plain sight and refuses to let it go unhealed. You feel everything. You absorb what others overlook. You carry emotions that don't even belong to you, yet you hold them like sacred assignments. And in moments of crisis, when the world spins wildly, when confusion clouds every corner, while others begin to unravel, you're the one who bows your head and prays. Not because you're fearless, but because you've learned where your true strength comes from. You don't crumble. You cover. You don't flee. You stand. Eyes closed, heart open, spirit alert. You become the still point in the storm. It's not that you don't feel fear. You do. You're human. But the difference is, you don't let fear lead. You let faith speak louder. You listen to the whispers of heaven while the world shouts in panic. You respond with quiet authority, not because you're perfect, but because your sensitivity is not emotional weakness, it's divine discernment. Isaiah 26:3 says, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you? Could it be that your peace in chaos is the fruit of your connection to something far greater than circumstance? This right here is not fragility, it's spiritual strength in its most raw, refined and radiant form. You weren't created to blend in with fear. You were crafted to rise above it. You weren't designed to echo the noise of culture. You were chosen to carry the stillness of God. You are the lighthouse in your family's storm, the one who refuses to sink even when the waves roar louder. You see beyond surface smiles. You feel tremors in the spirit before any quake hits the ground. You sense warning signs no one else even knows are there. Why? Because you're not just emotionally aware, you are prophetically wired. You're tuned in to the early frequencies of heaven's movement. And that gift, that responsibility, it's heavy, but it's also holy. Have you ever read about Deborah in Judges 4? She wasn't just a prophetess. She was a warrior, a judge, a leader of nations. Yet her greatest strength wasn't in her sword, but in her sight. She saw what others missed. She heard what others ignored. That's what made her dangerous to the enemy and priceless to her people. And isn't that what you've become? A quiet warrior, a spiritual anchor, a leader even when no one gave you a title. And in our time, consider the late Pope John Paul II, one of the most spiritually attuned leaders of the modern world. During times of global crisis, his calm was contagious. He once said, "Do not be afraid. Open wide the doors to Christ." His peace wasn't political, it was prophetic. And like him, your calm isn't passive, it's powerful. So when people wonder how you stay so composed, so grounded, so spiritually awake while others lose themselves, you know the answer. It's not because life is easier for you, it's because you were built to weather storms, not avoid them. You were born to lead others to safety, even when you're trembling yourself. And maybe, just maybe, that's why you were born into your family. Because God needed someone sensitive enough to detect what others denied, strong enough to stay when others ran, and faithful enough to believe when everything looked impossible. God has placed something rare within you, a gift not often seen, not easily understood, a supernatural discernment, a spiritual sensitivity that runs deeper than emotion and wider than logic. But make no mistake, this gift was never given to make you fragile. It was never meant to isolate you in pain. It was given to equip you, to position you not as a victim of the spiritual atmosphere, but as a protector of your family line. You have eyes that see cracks in the foundation long before they collapse. You hear the silent warnings no one else detects. Where others see peace, you notice the hidden turbulence. Where others settle, you stir. You sense danger before it materializes. You feel deception when the crowd applauds it. And when the world rushes headfirst toward false solutions, you're the one who quietly points to the truth. Because the truth is no longer just a belief for you. It's your burden and your responsibility. This isn't imagination, it's intercession. Ezekiel 33:7 says, "Son of man, I have made you a watchman for the people. So hear the word I speak and give them warning from me." Can you feel it now? The reason behind your heightened sensitivity. You were anointed to be a spiritual watchman, not just for your own sake, but for those who don't yet see the danger ahead. Maybe this gift has felt more like a curse in the past. Maybe it weighed on your soul like a constant ache, an invisible burden that no one seemed to understand. You've probably asked yourself more than once, why do I feel so much? Or, why does no one else notice what I see so clearly? But listen closely, the weight is not random, it's evidence of your calling. You were chosen precisely because you feel, because only those who feel deeply are capable of standing in the gap. Only those who discern the danger early can intercept it in prayer. While others are spiritually asleep, you're the one who stays awake, who watches, who wages war in silence for those too weary to fight. That's why your tears matter. That's why your silence has power. That's why your prayers, whispered at 3 a.m. when no one else knows what you're carrying, have moved mountains heavenward. Because you weren't created to live like everyone else. You were born to carry something eternal. You, chosen one, are the divine watchman over your family. You are the soul that intercepts curses, that breaks patterns, that holds the spiritual fort until others wake up. Like Nehemiah rebuilding Jerusalem's wall, stone by stone, while enemies plotted from the shadows, you too have been rebuilding something sacred in the unseen. And when the storm comes, and it will, they'll remember you. They'll turn to the one who was mocked for being too serious, too spiritual, too intense, but who, when it truly mattered, never left the wall. In our modern world, spiritual leaders like Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch Christian who helped hide Jews during the Holocaust, used her discernment not just to protect her family, but to save lives. She later said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." And that's the kind of faith you carry. That's the kind of strength God has cultivated in you, quiet, powerful, and unwavering. So, if you've ever felt alone in your gift, misunderstood in your awareness, or crushed beneath the weight of what others ignore, know this: you're not alone, you're not cursed, you're called, and the very gift that made you weep in silence will be the gift that makes others run to you in their storm. But there's still more to this sacred story unfolding within you, more to the reason why God entrusted you with such extraordinary sensitivity. It wasn't just to set you apart. It wasn't just to make you alert to spiritual shifts. The deeper truth, the one that will change how you see yourself forever, is this: your sensitivity isn't just about your survival. It's about the legacy you were born to protect. This gift wasn't placed in you to overwhelm you. It was placed in you, to anchor a generation, to stand guard over a bloodline that has fought silently for decades, and perhaps never had a voice until you. Can you feel it? That what you've been sensing, carrying, battling through, has never only been about you. Psalm 145:4 says, "One generation shall praise your works to another, and shall declare your mighty acts." What if your very life is the bridge between generations, declaring what God has done, protecting what God is building, preserving what others were too weary to carry forward? Your sensitivity is sacred. It allows you to detect spiritual tremors before anyone else knows the ground is shaking. You feel darkness creeping in long before others notice the shift. Why? Because you were born to be a guardian of legacy, a spiritual gatekeeper who doesn't just pray for the now, but intercedes for the next. You weren't chosen to chase trends. You were chosen to protect timelines, to shield futures, to cover destinies not yet awakened in your bloodline. Think of Esther, hidden, sensitive, strategic. Her sensitivity to timing saved her people from destruction. Mordecai's words still echo through time in Esther 4:14. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Doesn't your spirit recognize that same sense of divine timing rising inside you? You are not just emotionally aware, you are prophetically positioned. And this next part of your calling is where everything changes. Because once you see your role not as a burden, but as a blueprint, you stop shrinking. You start stepping forward with clarity, confidence, power. Even in modern times, leaders like Cardinal Robert Sarah, known for his deep spiritual discernment and silence in a noisy world, wrote, "Silence is more important than any other human work, because it expresses God." Could it be that the silence you've been drawn into, the inner life you've cultivated, was never weakness, but preparation to speak what others don't have the discernment to say? So now, let's dive deeper, not just into what you feel, but why you were chosen to feel it. why your awareness is tied to something bigger than you, bigger than today, bigger than your name. Because the more you understand your spiritual assignment, the more you'll see. Your gift was never about fitting in. It was always about rising up. And what you uncover next might just unlock the part of your calling that's been waiting in silence for this very moment. Let's speak a truth few families ever dare to say out loud. The kind of truth that lingers in the silence but never makes it into words. Every bloodline, no matter how noble, respected, or traditional, carries shadows. Cycles that creep through generations, disguised as just the way things are. Patterns passed down like heirlooms, not in jewelry or land, but in wounds. Wounds no one talks about. There's the poverty that's inherited not just through finances, but through mindset. The kind that whispers, we don't ask for more because we never had it. There's addiction hidden behind silence and shame, rebranded as habit, normalized through denial. There's emotional absence, the kind where people live in the same house but never know each other's hearts. There's unspoken abuse, dreams buried before they ever had the chance to breathe. How many destinies in your family line died in silence before they even had names? But then something shifts. A soul is born that doesn't match the rhythm, a spirit that won't sit quietly in patterns, a person who questions what everyone else just calls normal. That soul is you. You don't ignore the tension, you feel it. You don't pretend everything is fine. You carry a knowing in your bones that things must change. Could it be that you were born to confront what others denied for generations? Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Doesn't that verse strike something in your spirit? That even before the dysfunction began to shape your environment, God had already shaped you to be the one to break it. You are not a mistake. You are not too sensitive. You are not the problem. You are the answer someone prayed for decades ago. You are the fulfillment of a grandmother's silent cry, a grandfather's broken hope, a mother's unspoken longing. You are the soul awake enough to say, "This ends with me." Have you ever wondered why you're so different from your siblings? Why you notice what they ignore? Why your spirit aches in places where others feel numb? It's not coincidence, it's calling. You weren't born to inherit dysfunction, you were born to interrupt it. Just like Joseph in Genesis, you may have been thrown into a pit by the very people who should have protected you, not because you were weak, but because they could sense your spiritual royalty before you could even explain it. Genesis 50:20 echoes Joseph's revelation, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Could it be that your pain was the gateway to your purpose? And the cost? It's high. It often feels like rejection, like exile, like being misunderstood even in rooms that share your DNA. But isn't that the price of light? To shine in places where people are used to darkness? You carry spiritual eyes that see tremors before the earthquake. You hear spiritual tension behind smiles. You feel curses trying to cling. But you also feel the power of God breaking them off with every prayer you whisper. Have you noticed how much heavier your spirit feels when you're back in certain environments? That's not weakness, it's spiritual intelligence. You were never designed to adjust to dysfunction. You were called to undo it. Isaiah 61:1 declares, "The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives and release from darkness for the prisoners." This is your mission. This is your mantle. And just like Nehemiah, rebuilding broken walls while surrounded by enemies, you've been quietly rebuilding the spiritual structure of your family, brick by brick, prayer by prayer, even when it hurts, even when no one claps. But what if all the heaviness, all the spiritual alertness, all the battles weren't proof that you're cursed, but confirmation that you're chosen? What if your very sensitivity is heaven's signal that you've been raised up for such a time as this? Esther 4:14 echoes now more than ever. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? So don't shrink. Don't apologize for the fire in your spirit. You were born to disrupt, to protect, to rise and to heal. Your family's legacy is shifting because you said yes, not with fanfare, but with faith. And if the weight feels too heavy, remember, you're not lifting it alone. You weren't sent here to continue what was. You weren't born to repeat cycles, wear the same chains, or walk the same broken paths your ancestors were forced to endure. You were sent to end it, to be the living declaration that says, "This curse breaks with me." You were chosen to confront the strongholds others avoided, to touch the pain that everyone else suppressed, and to stand face to face with the mess and say without flinching, "No more. This ends here." Yes, it hurts. Yes, it's isolating. And yes, there are nights when your soul whispers, "Why me?" You've questioned the fairness of your role more times than you've admitted aloud. But here's the truth. You were never meant to fit in. God never intended for you to walk through life unnoticed, untouched, unaffected. You weren't born to blend into dysfunction. You were born to rebuild. And that kind of calling, it carries a price. It costs comfort. It costs belonging. It costs the illusion that things are okay when your spirit knows they're anything but. How many times have you had to pretend? To smile when your discernment was screaming? To keep peace externally while waging war internally? But here's what no one told you when you were younger. Your soul carries spiritual DNA that has been divinely coded for transformation. You are not like the others, not because you're better, but because you've been assigned a higher responsibility. You were born with a blueprint from heaven, and heaven refuses to let you settle. Romans 12:2 says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." What if your refusal to conform isn't rebellion, it's revelation? What if your transformation is the key that unlocks breakthrough, not just for you, but for generations to come? What broke them will not break you. What silenced them will only amplify your voice. What enslaved them will submit under your authority. You carry a spiritual resistance, a divine resilience that cannot be inherited through earthly means. It comes straight from the Spirit of God. And when others buckle under spiritual pressure, you rise. Not because you're invincible, but because you're anointed. And this calling, it goes beyond destruction. You weren't just born to break chains. You were born to build altars. You're not just tearing down what was broken. You're constructing places of worship, healing, and truth where deception once ruled. Think of Elijah standing on Mount Carmel, rebuilding the altar that had been torn down for generations. Before calling down fire, before proving God's power, he rebuilt the altar. 1 Kings 18:30. Could it be that your tears, your prayers, your sacrifices have been doing the same? Rebuilding what your bloodline forgot, restoring sacred spaces in the spirit. You're establishing altars of healing in places where trauma once echoed. You're raising altars of restoration over the ruins of broken trust. You're laying altars of truth on top of generational lies that poisoned your lineage. And you do it not with stone and hammer, but with your yes, with your prayers, with your obedience when no one is watching. Even in modern times, there are those who have answered similar calls. People like Mother Teresa, who stepped into the pain of the forgotten and built not cathedrals, but altars of compassion. She once said, "If we have no peace, it is because we have forgotten that we belong to each other." Isn't that what you're doing now? Remembering, restoring, reclaiming what was lost. So no, you're not here by accident. You're here as an architect of redemption, a restorer of broken places, a builder of altars that heaven will look upon and say, "This is holy ground. Let others settle. Let others pretend. But as for you, God has carved your name into the foundation of something eternal. You were born to rebuild what the enemy tried to destroy. You are the first in your family to boldly declare, "I forgive so I can be free." The first to break the agreement with bitterness. The first to say, "I will not carry what does not belong to me. I will not pass down what I had to survive." You've chosen peace over pride, healing over hiding. You've made the decision to raise your children in love, not fear, in truth, not tradition. You've decided to bless the next generation not just with better things, but with a brand new spiritual beginning. And maybe no one in your family has said it to you, but you are the one your ancestors prayed for. Even if they never lived to see you, they cried for you. In dark corners behind closed doors, in moments of desperation they never spoke of. You were the whisper on their lips, the hope they never dared to name out loud. And here you are, walking in the answer to a prayer they thought would die in silence. Have you ever felt the weight of something ancient resting on your shoulders? A sense that your life matters not just for you, but for everyone who came before and everyone who will come after. That's because it does. You are the reset your bloodline has been waiting for, the divine interruption, the spiritual course correction. While others in your family may not understand your path, may call you too intense, too different, too deep, heaven knows exactly who you are. You were not sent to be understood. You were sent to be obedient. John 15:16 says, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last." Your life is not random. Your pain is not wasted. Your decision to walk a higher road has eternal ripple effects. You are the warrior God handpicked and dropped into the center of generational fire, not so you would burn, but so you could pull others out. You carry the authority to transform curses into callings, to convert wounds into wisdom, to turn pain into power and history into holy ground. Like Moses, who returned to the place of his trauma to deliver the very people who once rejected him, you too were sent not to escape the fire, but to lead others through it. And like Moses, you may not feel qualified. But God never chooses based on human resume. He chooses based on spiritual readiness. Isaiah 61:3 declares that God gives his chosen beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of despair. Haven't you already seen the beginnings of that beauty rising from your ashes? And now, here you stand, at the intersection of history and destiny. You are the hinge on which the door of generations swings open. Behind you are the ruins. Ahead of you is restoration. And beneath your feet is the holy ground of decision. Will you keep walking, even when it costs you comfort? Will you keep building, even if you have to do it alone? Will you stay faithful to the assignment, even when the reward is delayed? Because you're not just walking for yourself anymore. You're walking for those who never made it out, and those who've yet to be born. But there's still one final truth you haven't yet uncovered. One last sacred key that unlocks the deeper reason behind everything you've endured. Because even after all you've survived, even after the chains you've broken, the trauma you've faced, the healing you've chosen, you can still feel it, can't you? That unmistakable pull inside your soul, a stirring you can't ignore, a holy tension that refuses to let you settle, a divine restlessness that follows you into every room, every season, every prayer. What is it? Why, even now, does it feel like something more is calling to you? It's because your story doesn't end with breaking. It doesn't conclude at the moment of escape or the final shattered chain. Your story continues. It ascends. And what comes next isn't just survival. It's significance. You were never meant to stop at freedom. You were always meant to walk in authority. There is a divine inheritance on the other side of your obedience, a mantle waiting on the other side of your surrender. And the very restlessness you've been feeling isn't a flaw, it's a signal. Heaven is drawing you forward, forward into the fulfillment of your purpose, forward into the place where restoration becomes leadership, where scars become strategies, where your healing becomes someone else's hope. Romans 8:19 says, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Could that inner pull you feel be the very cry of creation, waiting for you to rise into who you truly are? Have you sensed that the breaking was just the beginning? That something is still unfolding, something far greater than what you imagined? Because it is. And that final revelation, that hidden truth that explains why you're still being called higher, is what we'll uncover next. It just might be the peace your soul has been waiting for your entire life. They may not see you right now. They may whisper about you in corners you no longer sit in. They may raise eyebrows, question your distance, misunderstand your silence. You've heard it before. Why are you always so serious? Why don't you just lighten up? Why do you always take the harder path? Why are you always praying? Why do you feel things no one else notices? Why can't you just be normal? But what they fail to see is what God has already shown you. You were never created to be understood in the moment. You were never meant to blend into dysfunction just to keep the peace. Because chosen ones don't live for applause. They live for impact. You weren't born for the now. You were born for what comes after. While others chase validation, you've been sowing seeds in silence, seeds no one saw, celebrated, or thanked you for. You prayed when no one else thought it mattered. You fasted when others feasted. You wept when everyone else laughed, and still, you stayed the course. Why? Because something in your spirit knew, this isn't just about me. You've been breaking what others accepted, cutting ties with trauma, saying no to familiar pain. Every choice you've made in secret, every time you chose obedience over comfort, wasn't just a better decision. It was a generational shift. Psalm 126:5 promises, "Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy." Could it be that your quiet obedience is watering a harvest your future family will live in? One day, maybe years from now, your children or their children will live in peace, not realizing they are walking through doors you opened through sacrifice. They'll drink from wells you dug with weary hands. They'll rest on foundations you laid with your prayers, your fasting, your tears. They'll feel freedom without knowing the chains you had to break first. Have you ever paused to wonder, what if your discomfort now is the reason your descendants will never know the same kind of suffering? Isaiah 58:12 says, "Your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the age-old foundations. You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings." That's not just a promise, it's your identity. You are the restorer, the repairer, the reason peace will run in the veins of those who come after you. You're not just making better decisions. You are demolishing invisible ceilings that kept your ancestors spiritually stuck. You are building bridges in places where there used to be barricades. You are digging wells of wisdom so that no one behind you has to thirst for truth again. You are clearing spiritual land, blood-stained, battle-worn, so that those coming after you can build without bleeding. Think of Abraham. God didn't just bless him. He blessed his lineage. Genesis 17:7 declares, "I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you." That same kind of covenant is being carved into your family tree right now through your yes. And one day, your children will look around and say, "Why is our family so different now? Why is joy normal? Why is love easy? Why do we feel protected in ways we can't explain?" And the answer won't be loud. It won't come from a podium. It will echo through the DNA, passed from spirit to spirit, like a sacred whisper. Because someone stood when it would have been easier to sit. Because someone stayed when it would have been easier to run. Because someone said yes to God when no one else would. And that someone was you. You are not a coincidence. You are not here by chance. You are the fulfillment of ancient prayers, spoken by ancestors who never saw your face but cried out for a deliverer. You are the continuation of a divine legacy that began long before you were born. Your obedience is not just affecting today, it is echoing into eternity. Heaven sees what earth overlooks. The angels know your name. They have watched you rise in silence, weep in shadows, and stand alone in rooms that never made space for your voice. And while the world turned away, God never missed a single tear. Not one moment of your pain was wasted. Psalm 56 verse 8 tells us, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." Can you feel that? Even the tears you cried in the dark were sacred to him. You are walking through fire, but not to be consumed. You're walking through fire to become the fire. The flame that will illuminate paths for those who come after you. A light that will never be extinguished. Just like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Daniel 3, you are not walking through the flames alone. There's a fourth figure in the fire with you. He walks beside you, not to rescue you from the heat, but to reveal your glory within it. And maybe, just maybe, years from now, a child in your bloodline will rise. A young soul with peace in their spirit and fire in their eyes, walking in strength they never had to fight for, praying prayers they never had to learn through trauma. And when they're asked, "Why are you so whole? Why are you so fearless?" they might not know what to say. But you will. You'll know it's because you stood when it hurt. You obeyed when it cost you everything. You believed when belief made you the odd one out. You chose purpose when popularity would have been easier. You followed the whisper of God when all the noise told you to quit. And the world may never hand you a trophy. It may never give you a title, a platform, or recognition, but heaven has already crowned you, not with gold, but with glory. 2 Timothy 4:7-8 speaks your legacy. "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness." That crown? It's yours. Have you ever wondered why the warfare was so intense? Why the rejection cut so deep? Why your burden felt heavier than others around you? It's because your reward is greater. Your calling is generational. Your purpose is not limited to your name. It stretches through your bloodline, reshaping everything that follows you. And yet, before this journey ends, there's still one more truth you need to hear. One last revelation that will bring every unseen battle, every unanswered question, every sleepless night into full clarity. Don't walk away now. Stay close. Because what comes next may be the very moment your soul has been waiting for your entire life. The moment where everything finally clicks into place. If you've always felt different, distant, like you were carrying something too heavy for your age or stage in life, it's not because you're broken. It's not because something is wrong with you. It's because you were born for battle, spiritually wired for war, designed by heaven to confront what others tolerated. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to disrupt. God saw the generations before you, the trauma, the dysfunction, the silence, the shame. He watched the cycles spin like wheels no one could stop. But when he looked into your bloodline, he didn't see despair. He saw a shift waiting to happen. So he said, "This one, this soul, this heart, this warrior will carry the change." Have you ever wondered why you couldn't pretend like others? Why you couldn't numb it out? Why you couldn't laugh away the weight that others never acknowledged? It's because God placed something in your spirit that refuses to accept spiritual mediocrity. You can feel when something is off, even if no one says a word. That's not emotional sensitivity, it's divine intelligence. You are not too much. You are not too intense. You are not overthinking. You are spiritually coded for the impossible. Luke 1:37 says, "For with God nothing shall be impossible." That includes your assignment. That includes your bloodline's redemption. That includes the healing that will ripple through generations because of your yes. And yes, it's a lonely road. You've sat in rooms full of people and still felt alone. You've cried tears no one noticed. You've carried burdens that had no language, no outlet, no understanding. At times, it has felt like the weight might crush you. And in those quiet moments, you've asked, "God, did you forget me?" But listen closely now. Let your soul hear this truth. You have never walked alone. From the first moment you were set apart, heaven has been assigned to you. The warfare didn't come because you were weak. It came because hell recognized what you carry. And heaven has never taken its eyes off you. Deuteronomy 31:8 says, "The Lord himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." Can you feel that promise anchoring your spirit right now? You are not just surviving, you are being refined. Your tears are not wasted, they are watering something holy. Your isolation isn't abandonment, it's preparation. You are not overlooked, you are overwatched by heaven itself. And here's the secret: the battle you're in is not a sign that you're losing. It's proof that you're the one chosen to win what others lost, to restore what others buried, to fight not just for yourself, but for every soul tied to your breakthrough. So when the road feels long, when your heart feels too full, when the silence feels loud, remember, you are called to carry the shift. And the angels, those heavenly witnesses who've watched you stand when you could have fallen, they know your name. The silence you endured, that wasn't abandonment, that was strategy. God wasn't absent. He was engineering your awakening in the stillness. The pain you felt, that wasn't punishment, that was preparation. Every tear, every ache, every unanswered prayer was carving out strength inside of you that couldn't be taught, only forged. And the isolation that nearly broke you, that wasn't rejection, that was revelation. God wasn't removing people to hurt you. He was clearing space so you could hear him without interference. Because those who carry legacy must first walk through fire. And here's what the fire couldn't do. It couldn't consume you. You didn't just survive it, you shine because of it. You walk with a glow that no spotlight can replicate. There is light in your eyes that didn't come from applause. It came from battle, from standing up when you had every reason to sit down, from rising when no one clapped, from trusting God when nothing made sense. Isaiah 43:2 gives you this promise: when you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. That wasn't just poetic, it was prophetic, because you've been through the kind of heat that should have destroyed you. But instead of ashes, you emerged with oil. Instead of bitterness, you carry boldness. Instead of fear, you carry fire. Have you ever noticed how much resistance you faced even as a child? How the enemy tried to silence you before you even found your voice? That wasn't random. That was spiritual warfare. Hell recognized what you would become long before you did. And it tried everything to shut you down before you could awaken. But look at you now, still here, still breathing, still rising, still carrying a mantle that hell couldn't kill, still speaking truth that darkness can't mute, still loving people even after betrayal, still believing in healing, in freedom, in legacy. That's not just strength. That's spiritual evidence that you were chosen for something higher. You are the fulfillment of Esther 4:14. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. This isn't just a nice verse. It's your story. You weren't just born at this time. You were positioned in this generation as a spiritual response to what others refused to confront. The darkness tried to end you, but heaven wrote a different ending. So, if you've ever wondered why the warfare was so personal, why the fire was so hot, or why your journey has felt so different, now you know. Because your survival is prophecy, your obedience is warfare, your presence is proof. and the time for hiding is over. You are here, you are rising, and you were chosen for such a time as this. So here is my final blessing to your spirit. Receive this not just as words, but as a mantle being placed upon your life. May every curse that ever haunted your family bow to the light you carry. May your voice break generational silence. May your hands build what fear tried to destroy. And may your life become the undeniable proof that God always saves his strongest warriors for the hardest battles. You are not just making better choices, you are rewriting legacy. You are restoring dignity to your name. You are rising with a strength that did not come from applause, but from obedience. What you are doing now may not be celebrated on earth, but it is being recorded in heaven. The seeds you sow in silence will one day bloom into freedom. Freedom your children will walk in without even knowing the price you paid. Freedom your family will taste without realizing whose sacrifice made it possible. And one day, when someone asks, "Why is our family different now? Why is peace finally normal? Why do I feel so protected, so blessed?" the answer will echo through generations like a sacred whisper. Because someone stood when it hurt. Someone obeyed when it cost. Someone believed when it was lonely. Someone chose purpose over applause. That someone was you. So, if this message stirred something deep in your soul, if you know this word was for you, I want you to comment these words with faith and boldness. I am the shift. Not because you seek attention, but because you are declaring alignment. You're saying to heaven, yes, I receive it. I accept it. I will carry it. Because when you declare it, you're not ending a video, you're beginning a movement. Comment below, I am the shift. Share what spoke to you most. Like this message if your spirit felt seen. Subscribe if you're ready to walk fully in your calling. And if you feel led to support this ministry and help carry this message further, you can give through Super Thanks. Your generosity keeps this light shining for others walking the same path. Whether you give or not, I want you to know this. You are deeply seen, fiercely loved, and eternally called. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are chosen. You are the shift. So rise, chosen one. Your time is now. Your voice matters. Your legacy begins today. I am the shift. Type it, declare it, live it, and never look back.